Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
G'day, mates. Tonight on a very special episode of League Night, we're heading into one of the most dangerous environments in the diplomacy board game ecosystem, the Snake Pit Virtual League. Right now, we're just outside the Snake Pit, the habitat of Oceania's most dangerous players. You got Aussies, Kiwis, a whole pack of international predators. Look at them, forming alliances, laying traps. It's magnificent. But that's not all. In addition to the 3 games from the Snake Pit, we'll also be observing 5, count 'em 5 games of the Virtual Diplomacy League, each one a masterclass in deception and survival. It's not just about stabbing your mates, it's about knowing when to strike. Now remember, these players aren't evil, they're just doing what they need to survive. Backstabbing, it's just part of their nature. Let's get in close. Let's see how the drama unfolds. But be careful now. One wrong move, and bam! You're out of the game. Dangerous, tactical, absolutely unexpected. This is diplomacy in the wild. This is League Night. Welcome to League Night, your home for League diplomacy and the worst fake Australian accents in the world, made even worse by the fact that we have actual real-life Australians joining us in the booth today. I would like to welcome first Zoe, while we can get some of that fresh reaction.
Oh, Brian, that really was one of the Australian accents of all time. No, really appreciate you trying to honor our culture. We'll take it as a compliment.
We'll take it as something, and along with taking it with something, we're bringing in Ed Sullivan. Ed, welcome.
The crocodile hunter died, and so did that segment.
Too soon, Ed, too soon.
And Isaac Jukes, commish of the Virtual Diplomacy League. Welcome.
So can we expect an equally bad British accent when it's time for Tour of Britain?
Oh, you can guarantee I'm setting the bar. That's probably peak right there. So and
Brush
don't
up on
even
our
get me started
American
on
Isaac.
France. Yes. Oh man, well, welcome to everyone. Thank you all for staying through that cold open, and I'd like to welcome each of you who are watching, especially those of you who are able to join us live in Dip Chat. Always one of my favorite parts of the broadcast. And thank you to those who are not able to join us live as well. We always appreciate you watching. This is our mission here in the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, is to kind of expose the world to the hobby as a whole, to diplomacy as a whole, to expose all the different ways to play. My personal favorite is League diplomacy. So that is what we'll be covering tonight. We've got 5 games from the Virtual Diplomacy League. We're going to cover 3 games from the Snake Pit. Really excited. Before we get started, though, as always, quick reminder, if you could like and subscribe to the channel, that always helps the algorithm promote content to other players who can help maybe discover the game of diplomacy or get connected into the speaking of getting connected into the community, we'll take a quick look at some upcoming events. So you can always go to the diplobn.com/schedule page. I'm going to go ahead and share that out real quick. And maybe not so quick. And there it goes. All right. So, taking a quick look at some upcoming events, we've got Virtual Diplomacy League right now. Nexus Press League, that is a extended deadline league. Waves start every 2 weeks, and that is a year-long season. DixieCon will be the largest North American tournament post World Championship or World DipCon. This is the longest running face-to-face tournament that I'm aware of in the world, but definitely within North America. Always a great time. Even if you don't play diplomacy, they've got a lot of other games going on there as well. That's in North Carolina. We've got the Snake Pit Virtual League coming up on May 25th. So if we don't scare you off today, hopefully you'll be able to get inspired and maybe pick up a game in that league. Coming up in June, more Press League. Isaac, is June 7th still Virtual Diplomacy League for June? Did that adjust?
Yep, it is. That's
Awesome.
correct.
And we've got Nexus Press League Sydney Cup coming up on June 21st. Zoe, do you have any information on that one?
Jason Gray, tournament director, Darcy Morris, assistant tournament director. It's going to be a fantastic time, not least because neither of them can play for score, so you might have a chance of winning if you come over.
No spoilers, but you'll see, at least from games that we've already covered, both of those players are doing quite well in the league right now. So I can second that's probably a good thing. Isaac, this one's in Europe, so I'm going to kick it over to you. Are you familiar with Regions Con? I believe that one's in Germany.
It is. It's one of 2 German tournaments happening this year. As far as I know, I don't know what scoring they're using, but just come hang out in Germany. Yeah. The Germans would love to have you.
Yeah, and then we've got just moving on, French Diplomacy Championship, more Virtual Diplomacy League coming up. We've got the Regatta in Colorado, Norwegian Diplomacy Championship coming up in July, Boston Massacre in August, and Cane Toad Classic August 30th. We got the Swiss Diplomacy Championship coming up in September, UK Diplomacy Championship in September, and then the one that I am really excited about, one I am hosting, is the North American DipCon at Weaselmoot, October 3rd through 5th. That will be in Chicago. And we've got the Hexstecken Open. Oh man, just wait for my German accent. On October 11th. Carnage, October 24th. So no shortage of ways to get connected into the community. Check out the schedule page as always for more ways to play. Anything?
Wow. No mention of EDC?
I
see
skipped
how
that
it
one.
is.
I saved that one for you, Isaac, saving the best for last. I was going to ask if there's any things that you wanted to give a plug for that I did not cover. This is your time.
EDC November 9th to 11th, I think. Whatever that weekend is. Everyone should attend. Everyone.
It is.
Co-sign that. I will say, without being too set, there are plans for another tournament in Australia around about mid-October. So keep your eyes peeled, and we should hopefully have more to announce soon.
That's wonderful. One of my favorite things last year was, I can't even call it a resurgence. I would say an explosion of the growth in the Australian hobby. And we are seeing a similar kind of explosive growth in Europe this year. Fabulous to see. Just more ways to play means more people in the community, which is good for all of us who get tired of stabbing the same people over and over, or in my case, losing to the same people over and over. Ed. So with that, let's take a quick look at the Virtual Diplomacy League standings, kind of reset. Let's get caught up on where we are going into today's broadcast. All All right, so on screen, you were looking at the current top 10 going into today's broadcast. Jason Gray, Patrick Jacobson, Jamal Blacarley, Darcy Morris, Jaden, Justin Lohr, and Ben Kelman rounding out your top 7. And then if we move on quickly to positions 11 through 20, a couple familiar names on there as well. And all right, take a mental picture so that you can remember that. We will come back to that after our broadcast. But for now, we are going to go to our first game. So for this one, Zoe, I see that you are on the player list. So we'll give you a break. And Ed and Isaac, I'm going to let y'all take the lead here. And I've got Isaac, got you up as the primary. So if you will introduce our players, and then Ed, once he's done with the players, if you can call out any storylines you'll be watching for.
So we've got Dominic Stevens, quite well-known, quite skilled player out of New Zealand. I believe this is his first VDL game of the year, so it'll be interesting to see how he does with that. England, we have Johannes, a new player, which we always welcome. We always love to see him, but not someone who I'm familiar with. In France, we have Cody Miller out of Australia, another part of that explosive Australian growth, who last game did quite well with, I want to say England, but they had a good virtual game previously, so definitely a new player to keep an eye on. The Australians just keep coming with Nicholas Lawton and Zoe, whoever that is. And also, we've got another shout out to them, Liam Healy and Justin Law, 2 North American players on the West Coast, playing at about 2 o'clock in the morning or something, which is really appreciated in those moments when you're trying to fill a board and you go, oh no, how am I going to get enough players?
So Johannes is an Australian, I think, but it's his first VDL. No, I don't know if he's Australian, but it's his first VDL, first virtual face-to-face game, and he draws England. So we'll see if the people gang up on him or not with Cody and Nicholas, who likely know each other. Meanwhile, I'm looking in the East because Justin is like super hungry, super, wound tight in the diplomacy. He's just all into it. But we got Zoe, who I think is pretty chill. Dominic is amazing. And we've seen Liam do well before. So it could be a story of a fast jump in the West versus a newbie versus chaos in the East, but let's see.
Yeah, and Justin Lohr, as a reminder, regular season winner of the last season. So definitely some skill there. One of the few players to have achieved a solo, very rare in the Virtual Diplomacy League, partially due to the 1910 average in date. All games in the Virtual Diplomacy League are played by time limit. Depending on how fast the players go, typically will end 1909 to 1911-ish. I've seen it go to 1912 once or twice, but on average, most games end around 1910. So with that, Isaac, you can take us away with the very first set of orders for our May broadcast of the Virtual Diplomacy League.
So I wish I had something more exciting to say. I mean, they're all good orders, but they're all fairly standard orders. Nothing really jumping out at me here. Bounce in Galicia. Bounces in the East, but no bounces in the West indicate that maybe there's a little bit more tension there. But beyond that, there's not much here you wouldn't expect from a standard Spring 01.
Yeah, standard for a reason.
And then, presumably because of the number of Australians we've got playing, we immediately moved to something looking kind of adjacent to a Western triple, except Germany didn't seem to get the memo and decided that Burgundy was a good place to be. But France bringing the fleet round to go into the Med. Germany dropping into Burgundy, and Russia ceding Sweden, presumably thinking they're getting bounced, going into Baltic. You see, it looks like AI's trying to do AI versus RT, or it might just be an air in the east.
Yeah, you don't know what's going on in the east yet, if it's an air or not, but you wouldn't want to be Justin in this situation for sure under any circumstances. And then I find the move to Burgundy a little unusual. You don't see that, right? Clearly, Germany realized that he wasn't getting Belgium, didn't support himself into Holland in case there was an EF, decides to make the jump to Burgundy. That's a quick way of making France as an enemy in this situation where a lot of English armies go to die. We'll see if this English army lives as they attack Germany.
Winter of 1901, we get double armies from Cody Miller in France. First thing that my eye was drawn to. It can work, but my personal feeling about that is it does give a lot of power to England. I typically like to put down a fleet as France if I'm able, but you also have an army sitting in Burgundy. So
Could I make one other comment here?
Yeah.
Which is go back to fall 1901. The fleet going to Spain and the army going to Portugal is why is why this is typically not done. I mean, usually see the fleet going to Portugal, the army holding in Spain. Now that army's got to get back. It limited France's flexibility there.
Yeah, typically when I see that army in Portugal, the one upside of that is if you are putting down a fleet in Brest, get to mid-Atlantic, then you're potentially setting that up to convoy somewhere. But that is not the case when combined with that army move. So that is going to be a little inefficient for Cody to move that army around for sure.
And note the fleet burled in Berlin, which I guess is because of the Baltic fleet dropping down, but still.
Yeah, that is fun.
You still could have put it in Kiel, though, so it's a clear signal to England. England's sitting pretty on this board at the moment because France and Germany are both desperate to be their ally.
And the English Channel is wide open.
And
but that's not what happens.
Yep, and they decide that France is who they would like to be their ally. Thank you very much of the choices, and move down into there. But Russia and Germany seem to have made up, with Denmark throwing that support up into Sweden. So Germany's clearly gone, I need a friend in case England decides to turn on me, and has made nice with Russia. In the south, Austria continues with the air, but also stabbing Italy at the same time. So maybe this is trying to move to an AR, but Russia's just sitting still in the south. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I note that I guess the reason for no build in Munich was so Burgundy would have a place to retreat. But I think Dominic's move of going to Trieste and taking Austrian help so he can get Bulgaria, I don't think it's agreed, but we'll see what happens next. I think it's, yeah. So
that certainly doesn't.
Fall,
yeah, Greece and Bulgaria both going back make it look like it's not particularly agreed.
Yeah.
And then in the west, France moves down, just tries to position, but Germany gets some guesses right, except they get all their guesses wrong against England, losing Denmark and Kiel to them. This is a rapid collapse, but not on who we thought it would be. This is England collapsing Germany.
Yeah, I mean, there was a choice to make here by England whether to tap Kiel, which ends up going away. I think Germany must have told England that, because otherwise you normally see a tap of Holland. So, but with the army in Munich, I guess they didn't do that, and they put the army in Denmark, which is sometimes problematic. Although England does lose Norway, in the process here, so not awesome. and just really bad turn for Dominic after taking Trieste in Bulgaria. Loses Greece, loses Bulgaria back, and Russia goes back from the line. Oh, I guess Russia was protecting Berlin against Galicia there, but or Silesia.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
So once again, shows that diplomacy is a very flexible game. I call out how that double army build makes France risky, and of course the players proved me wrong by making France the one that everybody wants. So good diplomatic read by Cody in that situation.
Look, Turkey made an enemy in Italy. I mean, Austria makes an enemy in Italy and only has one place to build for 2 units. It's horrible.
Yeah. I'm kind of liking the Russian position here a little bit.
Yeah, the Russian position is nice, but I with Russia it's tricky because you end up committing 50-50 to both regions and then feeling like you don't have enough in either one. But we'll have to see what ends up happening. In the West, we see a switch. Belgium gets taken. I don't predict that that's agreed. And things are turning back around for England. Germany's pulled something out of their hat because suddenly France is their best friend.
It's really bad for England, right? Like loses
Yeah.
Kiel, loses Belgium. Russia declines the invitation of England to take Sweden, instead goes for Norwegian Sea to get position, but puts the 2 armies now north. And if you, I don't know what you feel about the Russian position now, Brian, because now he's got presence in the north and he's in the Black Sea. Dominic seems to have got the band back together again here with Italy.
Yeah. So yeah, the Italians walk back into Trieste in presumably an agreement, but you never know with these things. France starts pushing on the Italians, given their move to the west the previous turn, and the West can't seem to figure out who it wants to be its friends. France is going back to attacking Germany with England this time, and France and Russia are the key beneficiaries of this constant England-Germany war.
Liam somehow picking up 2 builds here, which I'm going to guess is somewhat agreed. But this Western issue of now having taken Belgium, England is helped by France to get into Holland. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe ENF are getting back together. Looks like it for now. Russia's attacking England, so I don't know where Russia stands in all this. But I think they're setting up for some sort of convoy with the army now in Norway. We'll see what happens.
In 1903, looks like we've got continued implied movement against the east by France with that fleet build, and the surprising one to me is the fleet in Belgium. So that one, maybe it looks like Germany's on board with the rest of the West. Would be my read on that one.
You mean fleet in Berlin?
I'm sorry, fleet in Berlin. Yes, yep.
I have no idea what could possibly call for that build.
Diplomatic, surely.
Okay. How did it work out, Isaac?
I mean, listen, just because you try and do a diplomatic play doesn't mean it's going to work. And Italy and Russia decide that actually they don't need those other Eastern powers. They're just a little bit pesky. So they make a coordinated move on, Italy walks into Bulgaria. Russia convoy swaps Turkey, something you don't see every day. And Austria is The East is doing what the West did before, while the West is getting its act together a little bit. But this game is just pure chaos.
Yeah, Italy keeps growing in the East. It'd be hard to not like Italy's position here. I don't know how Italy got Bulgaria. I really don't. It seems like, you know, maybe Justin gave it to him. I don't know. It seems a little bizarre. And then I do see the convoy into Clyde. With Skagerrak moving back to the North Sea, though, England saw that as well. So it's a bit of a guess by what happens here. Edinburgh and Liverpool are under threat, and will Johannes guess correctly? Meanwhile, Munich is gone in the fall.
Yep. Hey, Munich is gone. Who could have seen it coming? Then loses the 50-50. Russia loses the 50-50 on Edinburgh, which is unfortunate. Then Russia trying to pivot, support the Austrians back into Vienna, but the Austrians work some sort of silver tongue and just get the Italians to walk out instead. This East looks to have turned back into... well, no, I was going to say this East looks to have turned back into AI versus RT, but then Sev supporting Romania. Is that right? Is Sev supporting Romania?
I think Russia's trying to get Austria back on side, which is why Galicia supported Budapest to Vienna. So I think it's definitely an Austria. I mean, I think it's definitely RT versus AI here. Now we know.
Yeah, it is for the moment. I think Russia's just trying to work with Austria to no avail.
So got perhaps a little tension in the builds with England and France. That's one way to look at it, or another way to look at it is France didn't have anywhere else to build. So
it's hard to know because you have so many Italian fleets. You know, you can't. But the fleet Liverpool might tell the story here. That's the one that is. I guess he didn't want to build in London. It has to be in Liverpool because of the Clyde situation, but it could create tension.
Yeah. Or it could go to now and just say, I'm just going to stay out of the way. Don't mind me. They move. EF seems to have really got its act together better this time. With Italy, with them moving towards the east. France, also another major diplomatic coup, manages to get Italy to walk away from them, sending those fleets east. And
sort of.
So the fleets are you'd rather have it going the other way around. But they're at least starting the de-escalation process, which you got to start somewhere. And then in the east, there's just more AI RT fighting, with Austria getting into Galicia.
So, okay. I really thought that the moves in the spring suggested that there would be a France-Italy war here, and that's what we have. Go ahead, Isaac.
Yeah. So we do get that France-Italy war, with Italy pushing quite far west and France sniffing it out and making some counterplay moves. Burning Tyrolia, and in the west we see a North Sea retreat, which means that convoy attempt does fail. And in the east, Turkey trying to move back up into the Black Sea. The position seems to have turned slightly for Russia.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting a little better for Russia, but particularly in the North Sea, which is good because Germany's was able to support Russia. I'm reading that correctly. I think there's a retreat to London there. Almost no pressure on France from the north and now has the southern threat, but because of that Ionian to Adriatic move, is not going to, in all likelihood, take Venice. Meanwhile, Turkey back in the black, trying to make some peace, I guess, with Italy here. Wants Italy pushing west, so you can see why Turkey's sort of hanging back, and then wants to position the army in Khan. Ooh, I don't know. You haven't played Who Do You Like, Brian, but I think it's a tough call.
Yeah, I was gonna come to that at the end of this one. I agree. This is a great time to do it. This game is really interesting. This is a coin flip for several different powers, and a lot of times when I've seen this kind of situation, it's about who can effectively use those smaller powers that maybe don't have the good odds of winning, like Germany and Turkey in this situation. So that's what I'll keep my eye on. But Ed, we'll go to you first. What who do you like?
Well, I don't know. It's very hard to call. I think this is a misjudgment by France and Italy here. Their paths, I don't think, are through each other, especially with that many fleets that both sides have. But because Italy has so many fleets, it can't really crack Austria now, and it's sort of stuck with Austria. I don't know if Italy can turn round, which means France can't take the easy dots that England is laying up for them. I might like Russia in this case, but it's really difficult to see who's got an edge here.
I was also considering Russia, but I think if Russia's already taken, then I think I'd go with Austria, because there is that Italy-France war that is going to tie up the Italian resources. And that means that if they can make nice with Turkey or Russia, then they can start pushing into Trieste, into Venice, and they've got a nice consolidated defensive position in a way that the rest of the powers really don't at the moment.
I think if France could work something out with Italy, then it's sort of almost France's to lose, but I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah.
Oh, Ed, before we switch, there was something I wanted to ask you about. You said here in this turn, you felt like France and Italy were kind of escalating toward each other, and you did correctly read that situation. What was the tell? Like, what made you feel that way?
The Tyrrhenian Sea not moving, right? Because it has this superficiality of, look, I'm supporting Naples to Ionian, and yeah, there's a Turkish fleet there, right? That, maybe that's what it's called for, but I think we've seen it before where that western Tyrrhenian to Leon, Tunis to western, Ionian to Tunis, that sort of stuff happens quite a bit. It told me, and then with the move to Tyrolia, told me that these are not friends here. So
yeah, and arguably Bohemia also.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and France going down that way too.
Right. So awesome. Well, so we've got our picks. Looks like Russia and Italy are the two. I'm sorry, Russia and France are the two leaders that were picked, with the outside shot for Italy. But this is really close, really exciting game as we move into winter of 1905. We've got a 7-center split top right now between Italy and France. We've got England at 6, but boy, does that feel like a distant 6 from this position, primarily because they are interlocked with a Russian that, depending on how things go, that could definitely explode in their favor a little bit. All right, spring of 1906.
France has got to cover the Western Med.
What'd you say? Sorry?
I said Mid-Atlantic has to be covered. I said Western Med, but I meant Mid-Atlantic because of that Western fleet.
From North Africa, presumably for that exact reason. France just advances their fleets, tries to move down, doesn't take the English support into Silesia, so is very clearly. I think that's going to create some EF tension because England's going to go, why are you not fighting the person who's trying to hurt me? And the drop to the Channel means that there's a fair bit of EF tension. England manages to push their way back into North Sea, but it does create a retreat into Holland. Then over in the east, Turkey getting back in the game a little bit with Bulgaria as Italy realizes that they're running low on fleets down in this region and they need to get at least one more out whilst also keeping Venice and Trieste safe, which is a tough order, but they do it. It just costs them Bulgaria.
Yeah, I mean, clearly England knew that the retreat was happening and had it set up to where if it retreats to Edinburgh, London, and presumably now Holland, it's got a chance of maybe not getting it back, but I can't tell where let's see here.
Well, you're relying on.
Well, it depends on it relies on France to get it back. But I noted that Russia was trying to help France into Vienna, which I think, is Russia and France are allies, maybe. I don't know. Maybe Russia was trying to lobby France. So it's difficult to know at this point for sure what happened.
Yeah, I am going to be fascinated to watch what happens to Holland. Like, I can see so much. Like, England has got to be screaming for that unit to get blown up, and Russia has got to be pitching like crazy, saying how valuable that fleet could be to France. So France has got a choice this turn, and I cannot wait to see what it is.
Let's find out. France decides, I'm just going to play it cool. I'm just going to do absolutely nothing. You guys can figure it out. And that means that England guesses wrong, and Russia keeps Holland. Over in the south, we have our Italy-France war continuing with the advantage to France, but only slightly because Italy's having to defend their home territories, but they're both tying up a lot of units that would be better used elsewhere on fighting England or fighting Turkey. Russia starts to make some progress against Austria, as Austria starts picking up the Italian dots. And Turkey manages to keep Bulgaria, so they've got back to their 0-1 position.
All right, a couple things here that I'm not understanding. I don't understand fully, even if it's some sort of deal with England, why France is going to Portugal. That's super dangerous with an Italian fleet in North Africa. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why Italy is ceding Trieste to Austria, where Austria has no place to build. It's not leaping out to me why that is, and why Italy is already going down. The only answer I can come up with is this is a temporary arrangement to disband fleets, maybe, or something. I do think Russia taking Romania is important here. Now Russia's getting 2 builds. That seems pretty momentous.
Yeah, especially combined with the Turkey build in Bulgaria, they can start making some real southern plays if they want, or Russia can keep that northern focus. But they certainly have options.
A big turn for Russia, building 2 and holding on to that fleet. Would have been really, really painful if that had been blown up. Then we've got 2 tough disbands for Liam in Italy. So I'm going to pause here. Ed, what are you putting down if you are Russia?
I think you have to put down Army Warsaw and probably St. Petersburg North Coast Fleet.
Isaac?
I think Army Warsaw, Army Moscow. I think if you're going to try and get in, you want to try and do it through Germany. There's not that much for you in the north. England has too much of a presence up there. And Army Warsaw, Army Moscow also has the nice little benefit of you can go to the west and say, no, I'm going to send it south. And you go to the east and say, no, I'm going to send it north. So you've got options for what you can do with it.
You got
And
problems
then-
with Norway if you don't build in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, I would build Fleet St. Pete North Coast here, partially just because I'm not confident I'm going to be able to hold on to that fleet in Holland.
But Russian armies, the unit displacement's horrible.
Mhm,
So I can see Isaac's point here. I
mhm.
mean, it's really horrible for Russia's unit displacement.
It's very, very spread position. I paused here because I think it is an interesting choice. McCall is saying Army St. Pete because the fleet won't get out. I think that's similar to what you were saying, Isaac. And then for the disband for France, like I don't understand the strategic relationship between Austria and Italy right now. But what would you be pulling here?
France doesn't have a disband.
I'm sorry, Italy.
I think probably Tuscany and probably Tuscany and Adriatic, because you've made up
Oh, no.
with Austria, and so you can start relying on them to get. In theory, you've made up with Austria if you're giving them Trieste, and that means you can start relying on them to get your help against France. And they can't really afford any disbands, so your best bet is to try and replace your units with Austrian ones.
Adriatic and North Africa for me. You need to keep the army. Italy doesn't have enough, and you need to make peace with France while still being somewhat defensible. You need to convince France that it's got to go north.
That's
right.
fair, but if you're France here, are you interested in peace?
I have a fleet in the English Channel. I might not be that. We'll see.
All right, so we do get Fleet North Coast and Army Warsaw. So Zoe thinking similarly to Mr. Sullivan here, and then we get the disband in Tuscany and North Africa. So Liam meeting both of you halfway. Justin putting down Army Con. That one does make a lot of sense to me. We get a disband in Eddie, and we'll just keep moving forward in 1907 as we start getting towards the back half of this game. Isaac.
So England just playing for position, but losing Holland, but gaining Kiel out of it for the moment. But England positioning around Norway, going to be impossible to keep that now. In the east, Russia pushing up into Ukraine, with Turkey taking a shot, trying to get back in the game with Romania and possibly Sev later. We'll see if they do. France getting that into Tuscany and Western Med and coming back up to Mao to deal with English Channel, which goes away. But France advances their position here quite nicely, and Italy just holds and prays. France decides they don't want to stay in Tuscany, so they come back out of it. They go back into bounce Tunis, come into North Africa to try and get some play around there, cover Munich. England decides to go for Denmark rather than Norway in a diplomatic coup for Russia there, and Russia does keep hold of that fleet. Not in Holland, but they keep hold of the fleet. And down in the east, Russia again manages to convince Turkey to get out of Romania and go into Serbia. So some good diplomatic work from Zoe this turn. And they also walk into Vienna. This is looking great for Russia.
Man, Russia, Turkey are just dot grabbing. What can I get? Where could I go? Like where's next? Holland? No. Kiel. I'll go to Kiel. Not taking German dots, but got back into Romania, worked out a deal with Justin. This seems momentous here. Austria, who I felt sorry for this entire game, about to be put out of its misery. Sorry, Dominic.
If that was tap dancing, that was some award-winning tap dancing. This has been really good. This both positions, but especially this Russian position, has just been like the amount of tension that has to be there, because every single move, every single support, every single dot is making it could implode so rapidly, and still finding a way. This is a lot of fun. All right, winner of 1907, we've got Army Moscow, Army Paris. I'm going to keep pushing forward a little bit, make up a little time as we go into spring of 08.
So France decides that actually they do want to be in Tuscany. They want to go this time. They're sure. Keeps pushing towards the east, gets into Venice as Venice walks into Trieste for some reason. Supports the Austrians back up into Tyrolia. This is a great position for France here. They help England back into Kiel, which means unfortunately that one Russian dot is lost for the moment. And then in the east, the RT just continue to make more progress, except they lose Vienna. But broadly speaking, they have the advantage.
It's a remarkable situation for France. I mean, everything was locked up. You had 5 or 6 Italian fleets. It's made a deal, obviously, with Italy here. France is running the game. It's a race that France and Russia right now are racing, but I would take France's position.
Yeah.
All game, I have kind of felt if I were France, I would have just pulled up into England. And I felt like that was a better play for me. And here, that decision to not do that is paying off for Cody. So well done on that diplomatic. That would have been really hard to force with the pieces. But being on the board, understanding that situation, good job getting that done.
And now he's going to play it cool because, you know, all those Turkish fleets can be buttressed by the Italian fleet. So and we see it here. France convoys to Albania. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you there, but
No, okay. They go to Albania. They interestingly walk into Rome, walk out of Venice, and don't take Tunis. So they've clearly worked out some kind of junior partner deal with Italy, where they try and fight against this RT that they see as this threat. But England does walk down into Belgium, so a stab or a trade from England. But if it's a stab, it's not a very strong one. You would assume a trade.
I mean, England could do with all those Russian units and Germany who refuses to die. I think another build for England is justified.
Yeah. With Russia tries to keep their position there, but unfortunately, the single Russian dot colony is no more and does fall. Russia falling quite far here because they lose Vienna and Kiel, so +2 last year, down 2 this year. The big scary RT, losing Serbia, Vienna, and Kiel is suddenly not looking so big or scary anymore. So props to the EF for making them scary.
And a little help from the Italian as well. And Nicholas Lawton, we've not given enough credit this game. Fall 1908, still in this game, still finding a way to be meaningful in this game even.
The dude had 3 fleets. He should have been dead 5 years ago.
Absolutely.
It's really impressive. It's really impressive what he's done. He worked it out with Zoe. Everything was great.
Yeah, so interesting little position still as we go into 1908. Put down 2 fleets by England. Not the decision I would have made. How do both of you? I don't know that it's a bad decision, just not one I would have done. How do y'all feel about that?
He really wants the North Sea back. Mm-hmm. It's basically how I am processing it. But English Channel. We've seen him go there before in the spring. I don't think that's a threat to France, by the way.
No, you have to build in Liverpool to be a threat to France, and at that point, you're just too obvious.
All right, spring 1909. This could be the last year. We're starting to get into that time frame. I still have no idea who's going to win this game. I'm loving it.
Well, France certainly makes a decent attempt going into Tunis, going into Naples, and walking into the Ionian, and helping the Turks up into Serbia, and walking into Ukraine and Silesia, that very normal French position. Meanwhile, Italy loses Serbia, and Russia moves into Yorkshire, as England does take back the North Sea and go to the Channel.
Really good for France, other than that English Channel thing, but I assume that was worked out because France
then
takes Warsaw.
Yeah, they walk out. France takes Warsaw, Naples, and Tunis. So not bad for France. And Germany finally loses Sweden. Thank you, Nicholas. You lasted longer than anyone expected. And Venice trades hands. But this is a huge win for France.
Yeah, this is a position, if there's enough time, France solos from. Like this is unbelievable.
I think Johannes is well, not now, but yeah. I mean this is obviously really good for France. But to be honest with you, France is a little far afield here in the Med versus Turkey, but there's only maybe 2 more game years left, so it's fine.
Keeps playing. I'm a little surprised, but I mean, I guess that there's probably only 1 year left. I can see an argument of why not. If there was a draw vote, who turned it down?
I actually know the answer to this question, so
okay. Well, don't tell us then.
So who do you think? Because there was a draw vote and it was turned down.
It has to be France.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my guess. It'd be France as well. Which
no,
it
was Turkey.
All right, Turkey.
No, I can see Justin. Justin just trying to increase his score. That's reasonable.
Yeah,
he's not going to lose anything. Well, he lost Serbia, but he's going to.
He didn't think he was going to lose anything, hence the draw.
All right. So we do end here. All right. Well, congratulations, Cody Miller. That game delivered. So congratulations to all of our players. What a great way to start off this broadcast. Fantastic game. Ed, what's the story for you?
Cody, the Australian with the Texas name, this guy showed a lot of diplomatic skill, managed a English ally. Those guys had a lot of trust between the two of them. I mean, look, France is at the Mid-Atlantic and Moscow simultaneously. Pretty impressive. I just think he did really, really well. Props to Zoe, our commenter, for it could have been there, but EF were too difficult to break up, and the East never got its act together, so she never got any momentum going in the East.
Isaac?
Yeah, a game of diplomacy and timing, because moving Italy out of position and playing nice with England, very important, but also knowing when to turn or when not to turn was also a story of this game. You saw it in the way the East and the West sometimes made a mess of itself, and you also saw it in the way that they started playing more towards tempo.
It was really, really fun. We're going to add one of the players from that game. Zoe, that was a blast to watch. I hope it was fun for you to play.
It actually was. I kind of do want to give a little bit of a shout out to Cody Miller, I have to say. So he's a Melbourne player, and kind of came in at the end of last year to start playing with us, had some online experience, but not really what we do, and has just matured so much diplomatically. Like this, the read that you have all given, that this was a diplomatic game and Cody played it like a champ, is absolutely correct. He's also like someone that I find has a really strong ethic on a board. And yeah, I'm just so like this was his game. Very well deserved.
Awesome. All right. Well, Isaac, thank you. We're going to give you a quick break and come back for the next game. And with that, let's go to our second game for the Virtual Diplomacy League tonight, VDL 224, named after the supply center, Romania. Ed, your lead on this one. So why don't you introduce our players?
Okay, we got Christian Brown, the Delta variant. You never know what's going to happen with him. I don't know Jaden. I don't know Jeff. I don't know the other Christian. I don't know Tristan. Spiros Dovas is running WDC. He's playing Russia. I know a little bit about his Russia play because at the last WDC, I was Turkey, and we just locked into a war with bitter emotions for 8 hours without anyone really getting the better of the other. He's a hell of a nice guy, and I don't know Robert Davis.
You problem, Ed, not what do they call it? A preference towards that alliance structure.
No. No. That's how he plays Russia, right? It can't be that he didn't like me.
All right. And Zoe, any stories you're looking for?
Yeah, so a few people that are sort of only lightly known to me. I do know of Christian Brown, of course. Jeff Wong, I believe, is like quite heavily in, I know in Speedboat, Gunboat. Played with him, played Speedball with him a few times. Spiros, I'm always interested to see on a board. Like just, again, a player with a really strong ethic on the board, I feel. So I'm excited to see how this unfolds.
Him and Christian.
All right.
Let's go see how that works.
Yeah, Christian Brown has been the league leader a couple of times in the Virtual Diplomacy League. He's been playing for several years, and one of the best scramblers in this game. Would have done great in that last game in a couple spots. So we'll find out. A player to keep your eye on as we move into spring of 01. Ed?
I was drawn to that Spiros Christian, and they went ahead and did not bounce in Galicia. The other thing that is there's no bounce in the black, so it's the opposite of what we just saw in the previous game. So Spiros making 2 non-bounces, trying to find a friend out there. Does he have a friend in Austria? Maybe does a friend in Turkey? I don't know. Meanwhile, Jaden goes to Edinburgh, which I prefer. I don't think this is threatening to Russia, but good thing he did now that Spiros did move 2 units north. So it ends up being good because he can, guarantee Norway here, I guess, depending on Germany. And I like this French opening when you don't know what's going to happen. It's safety first, and then standard German opening. And then, going to the fall, you see the convoy to Tunis. France takes 2. Bounce in Belgium. Looks all very range to me. Kiel to Holland here. Norway taken with the army. No bounce attempted because St. Petersburg goes to Finland, so you can expect a northern build there. And Russia does get into Romania, whereas Turkey gets out to the Aegean Sea. So I still would like to know what the alliance structure is in the east, but one thing I hate to see if I'm Austria, just hate it, is Venice to Trieste in the fall, but Ionian doesn't go to the Aegean. It's like, dude, that's the whole point of the Lend of Trieste. So this is strongly annoying to me if I'm Christian. So I don't know how he'll react. And it's the one player who does not mind opening himself up to an RT if that's what it is, because he's mad.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm seeing RT kind of vibes here personally. And absolutely, like, yeah, Venice to Trieste without Aegean, as you said, Ed, is rough. Who is Austria's friend? I'm not sure.
All right, winner of 1901. We get my first pet peeve build of the night. That is the double armies from Germany. There are no universal truths in diplomacy, but one that is really close to me, in my opinion, is to put down a fleet in 1901 if you get 2 builds as Germany. Just because it gets really difficult to build those fleets in the future, and not doing that just puts so much control over England. But we saw in that last game, I said the exact same thing about France, and they went on to go top the board. So who knows? We get
Fleet London is interesting.
And no fleet Brest as well.
No fleet Brest. I don't know if that's. I mean, but the thing is, if it was because of Russia, you would still think it'd be fleet Edinburgh. Germany putting down 2 armies. I'm not as dogmatic as I used to be on this, and in most DBN commentators. But if you're gonna do it, I think that other army needs to be in Berlin, and you need to make a run for Warsaw or something. But that didn't happen.
I'm in simply no position to comment on 2 German armies, no fleets, as longtime viewers may recognize.
Tristan putting down 2 fleets. That is, this is an old school way to do the borrowing of Trieste. When it was first pitched back in, I don't know, probably the late 90s, early 2000s is when it first started kind of being played around. One of the pitches was, hey, we'll put down 2 fleets and go west. It was can we find a way to get the Italy to go play in the west instead of the east? So no idea if that will happen. In my experience, having tried that a few times, I'm not a fan, but there's always a situation where it can work. So we'll see.
All right, Zoe, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so we do see Italy moving out to Tyrrhenian. We're seeing a rather sort of latter attempt to go to Aegean, which obviously doesn't work particularly well, but at least it does stop sort of a brace or anything weird with Turkey, with Greece, and Austria picks up Bulgaria. I'm assuming that this is Russian, as they do to the line. Nice little backfill with Sev. I mean, I think there's clearly Turkish-Russian cooperation, and so if you don't need that fleet in the Black Sea, of course, put it in Rum, blow it up later, do what you will. What else? In France, I'm interested because it does look like it's now pivot back towards England. So I'm wondering what's happening there. Makes me think that Fleet London was not discussed, and that Jeff probably thought that Jaden was not building Fleet London, because that seems like a quick response of like, you are absolutely not getting Brest to me. And other notables, looks like England thought they were working with Russia, and Russia said, not really. What have I
It's
missed?
really hard to figure out what's going on, right? Russia going to Skagerrak, and Sweden tells me maybe anti-German. Maybe that's the bargain that was made. But Germany took Belgium here, but can't defend Denmark. So that might be a trade. And then Austria, this Austria-Russia-Turkey thing. Austria moving on Turkey, but Russia going to Galicia. It's like Russia doesn't really want to attack Turkey here, so it's not on board with Austria's plans to attack. But I don't know what Russia wants to do here, and it's got to be frustrating to both Turkey and Austria right now.
Speaking as a relatively passive Russia in the last game, it's, I think, waiting and seeing what mess shakes out, but that's just a guess. What happens?
Zoe, I can't call a Russian with a fleet in Holland and army in Bohemia. I can't quite call that passive.
It's passive in the south, Brian. Give me a bone. Throw me a bone.
Okay.
I was busy in the north, making bad guesses.
Real quick, we got a question. Goal, welcome. Thank you for watching. And just to let you know, some of these games are going on live right now that we will be covering, but we do put a time delay behind them so that people are not listening to our commentary while they're playing, and we're not influencing the game, or at least trying not to influence it while it's being played.
I want to know if Christian's taking Romania. He didn't. That was the first thing I was going to look for.
simple try, but yeah, not supported, so that's no good. Interesting. Yeah, I think AIRT it does seem to be, because that move into Greece is very that. I'm surprised that Christian didn't take back Trieste on that, but fair enough. Okay, you want Italy to invest a bit more, put a bit more skin in the game. That also makes sense to me. Feels like Turkey's now in an unpleasant box, but they can probably still defend if they've got Russia on side, which it does look like they do. And what else are we seeing? Nice little, okay, so it looks like England and Germany appear to be working together. I see a support from Denmark putting Norway towards Sweden. It does not go. So that's interesting, because I think from the start we were all pretty much on the page of, all right, it looks like an EF, but clearly I think that Fleet London build really rattled Jeff, and being a speedboat, like being a gunboat player, it makes sense. You see something on the board that you weren't expecting and you're like, oh, absolutely not. Whereas, people who might have been more face-to-face forward might have been like, okay, let's talk it out. But my impression is that that's not what's happened here. Jeff's just gone, right, you're anti me. Okay, I'll respond accordingly.
Yeah,
Couple
and
things. Go ahead.
just in my case, as the face-to-face player, sometimes I will not read the board correctly. I'll allow myself to think, oh, I'll talk to someone about this, and then just ignore what's staring me on the board there. So Jeff could be right, even if they are talking about it. So
Absolutely true. Absolutely true.
Two things. It takes real courage for Jeff to leave Brest open. That's pretty impressive. And then I think this is reasonable because Christian's getting Bulgaria has no place to build, that we get Italy into Greece here. So now we have overwhelming force against Turkey. They can't get Russia on side. And so Russia's going to have to make Russia's pretty stagnant here. Russia's going to have to make a decision as to what Spiros wants to do, because the current plan ain't working.
all right, there we get that fleet for Germany. This time in Berlin, not Belgium. And we've got Fleet Naples pushing into 1903.
1903, Russia does take Norway here through Sweden. I'm surprised Denmark didn't cut Skagerrak. They're trying to push the Norwegian army to Sweden and hope for a brace. It's like everyone's playing for a brace here. It looks like 3 different braces going on in Scandinavia. Meanwhile, bad news. Jeff again leaves Brest open. This time gets his fleet into Irish Sea, not covered, because English Channel decided to help Belgium into Picardy. But this is a pretty good France defense / offense here at the same time, facing this EG. So I'm pretty impressed with Jeff, to be fair. Meanwhile, Austria and the Aegean, I think, is important pressure now on the fleets. And Russia did make a decision with Prussia and Silesia that it's going to be a northern power here, until it's not, because we see Christian taking Romania, maybe blowing it up, but usually that's a spring move. So I don't think that's particularly with the move to Galicia. It's just an AI. Okay. It's not, it's not going to be of much help. Of course, Russia does take Berlin, but loses Sweden, keeps Norway. I can't even add. So I think they're even if I'm adding it all up correctly, maybe +1. And no real progress with the Italian and Austrian fleets, because they felt the need to cover Bulgaria here.
Fleet Irish goes to Liverpool. Couldn't do anything about it, really. It was interesting watching that sort of very focused EG trying to push down, trying to get the jump on Jeff, and he's reading it tactically beautifully, strategically beautifully. Like it's a beautiful thing to kind of, well, it's not a beautiful thing to not have a friend in the West, but it is a beautiful thing when the person with seemingly not having friends in the West defends against it incredibly well.
Yeah, but he's got 99 problems here because that fleet in Tyrrhenian.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Italy could just lurch west now that France has to fight EG, but maybe we'll see some diplomatic patience from Tristan. I don't know anything about him.
Yeah, that's gonna be the gamble is with defense like this. Right, France can be tough for to break through. Can be particularly tough if the person who's playing it is showing some tactical chops, which Jeff definitely is. So will Christian or Jaden get frustrated enough to flip? Is what I'll be watching in the West.
Absolutely. So Spring 04, we are seeing, oh, France just keeps marching on. That's really strong. Going to Picardy, going to Burgundy with supports, tapping around in the channel. Looks like Russia might be coming to get lightly involved, if I'm reading that correctly up north, which interesting because it does look like Spiros is about to have some significant problems. This is kind of, the challenge, if, Turkey's essentially in the box and they're your ally and they're facing a pretty damn solid AI, you are going to suddenly have issues. It's a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, double-edged sword, etc. Noting that Italy is moving to basically heading to the line as well, and that Austria continues to be a strong force against Turkey, which is interesting and I think quite savvy, given the board state. And we see Germany. Interesting. Russia supporting England into Denmark. So it looks like perhaps England said, all right, you've taken Liverpool. I get it. Let's work together. You're strong. That's my read.
Yeah, bad news for Germany here. Germany recognized, he was never going to crack through with 4 French armies. Never, ever, ever. But the key problem here is Baltic ordering Skagerrak to Bothnia as opposed to covering Kiel if it wanted to, or supporting Denmark, or moving Denmark to Sweden supported by Baltic, or just doing something else, which allows England and Russia here to make up sort of just at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. And Green Munich. All right. So I'm wondering if there's actually, it looks like there's IF cooperation, which is interesting and I think smart personally. I think Italy and France shouldn't fight. They should work together for mutual profit and mutual gains. And that does seem to be exactly what's happening here. To me, it seems pretty clear that that EF have made up, that bounce in Eddie, that support into Belgium, which of course doesn't work, but it's always worth a try. Warsaw goes down, Galicia walks in. That has got to be painful, and particularly also considering that Ukraine goes, but it retreats to Galicia. That's painful. That is not a nice position for Russia to be in right now, and particularly also Sev. It's a matter of time. What else do we see? Oh, and am I reading this correctly? It looks like we've got an Italian fleet in the Eastern Med, so it's also a matter of time for Turkey, in my view.
Yeah, and he pipped the fleet. It's to rebuild, right? So that's curious. So Turkey's trying to hang on there. So it's kind of a 3-horse race here between Italy, Austria, and France. This is but with England tipping the scales maybe for France, it's curious to see what happens. Germany has a chance here to make good with somebody if they can, but we'll see. And then I think Spiros down 2 is sort of heartbreaking, but also just the product of his indecision and trying to play all sides in the beginning of the game, which it's my fatal flaw too, Spiros. So it is what it is.
All right,
Very
well,
relatable.
you queued it up perfectly. This does appear to be a 3-horse race at the moment, with a couple others having an outside shot, and we'll play Who Do You Like? So we'll go to you first.
I mean, I think I've got to say France here. Like, I'm pretty impressed with Jeff's play. Notably, I really don't consider myself a tactician, but I can recognize good tactics. He's playing beautifully, and clearly also using that to diplomatic advantage as well to get Italy on side to pivot, to pivot England back around when England could have said rack off. And yeah, I like France. It's hard to vote against France.
All right. Ed, if not France, then who?
I think I'd pick Italy first, anyways. So it's time for Italy to move west. They have the fleet advantage. Turkey can go down. France, it's a race to see if France can make enough progress. There's a deal to be made with Germany, Munich to Ruhr, slingshot Italy west here. That could happen. So I'm not forgetting Austria, especially with another army build. But if Italy doesn't want to go west, then as Christian, as his eyes get bigger in his stomach and he keeps going for Russian dots, leaves a lot of his homeland open. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I always regret answering before Ed because Ed's takes are so much better and nuanced.
No.
True.
It is, as we said earlier, 3-horse race. So it can go lots of different directions here. Take a quick look at these adjustments, and we'll move on to 1905. Ed.
France goes to Norwegian Sea, so you see the EF. You do see not Munich going to Ruhr, but Kiel going to Ruhr. So there is cooperation. You do see Italy going west, not bothered by that Austrian army in Budapest. I like the army build in Venice. So when I saw it, I didn't think it was automatically going to Piedmont. But there's a lot of pressure now, right? Because I don't think Marseille can be practically defended, but he might. We've got Munich cutting Burgundy and Piedmont going to Marseille, supported by Lyon. So that's kind of bad news for France, especially with all these fleets.
Yeah, for sure. Advantage Italy in the Med at the moment.
Ed, I think this one's you. It looks like Munich is slipping into Burgundy is the one that drew my attention.
Wow. We might have lost sound. I'm not sure.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Now we
Oh,
can
we
hear
can.
you, Ed.
I think
Yep,
I've lost audio.
you're back, Ed. All right, sounds like you may have lost audio. Zoe, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness, that's a power move. Munich just walking into Burgundy. I think Ed's take on the look out for Italy is absolutely coming to fruition. We also see Tyrolia jumping into Vienna. My goodness. Okay, I wonder if that was agreed. I feel like it couldn't possibly be, surely, because this feels like the time that you want to keep Austria pretty strong just to, manage the downfall of the juggernaut. But my goodness, it's a gutsy move, and picking up Smyrna as well. So, that is a lot. And yeah, I'm honestly, that's some good diplomatic work to not even run the risk of Ruhr going to Munich. Wow, Tristan, very impressive fall. And we also notice England's taking Liverpool back, which is not inconsequential, I think, for France at this stage.
Yeah, do you think this is agreed on?
What part of this?
I'm sorry, that is what I should have said. Liverpool.
Liverpool. Oh, could it be? Maybe. No. Oh, hold on. I completely missed the headline. Breast as well. No, this is not agreed. This is a stab from England saying, I haven't forgotten what you did. Wow. Ouch. Okay. That is moment of silence. That is rough, but honestly, that's a stab. Like that is a stab. That is a proper stab. Good on England. Like can't fault it personally. Down. So France only ends up going down one because they did pick up Belgium. So maybe there was a discussion, maybe there was an agreement, but good play. And I can't recall quite how long that fleet was sitting in the English Channel, but I know it wasn't like I know it wasn't quickly going. Yeah, the AI I think is still strong. I am wondering, yeah. Patrick made a good point in the chat. I think that I think basically what is Austria going to do that's productive? Like give Italy another build, or maybe I'm reading into that, which is I suppose a valid point. And we say goodbye to Turkey. Sorry, Turkey.
Yeah, thank you for playing, Robert. And Ed, while you're out, we got some nice tension building here. Potential stab by England on France. And then we've got continued growth from the AI to the point these builds are going to be very interesting to see. If
Yeah.
we
How is Italy and Vienna? That's what I want to know.
They walked there. They just did a little walk in. Wild.
I don't know. You're still cutting out audio wise. I don't know what's happening, Brian. I'm sorry. So you continue on this season while I try and fix it. I don't know what's going on.
Sorry,
now I hear you, but it's weird.
Well, we'll just see what happens.
It's good now.
Okay, awesome. Winner of 1905. We get. We'll just take a quick look at this, and then Ed, this one's to you.
Italy takes Marseille. Italy takes Mid-Atlantic, playing for position. France has given up here, defending against Italy. Mad at that English stab. So it seems a reasonable response. Italy trying to walk back. I guess it's stab of Vienna. Christian sort of, it doesn't seem like Christian's so mad about this. Maybe they are trying to work it out. And then Germany, the resurrection of Germany with them taking Belgium back is what I see. As we go to the fall, Christian takes all of Austria back. The lend is over. No more lending of Trieste. And it is a lend. And takes Smyrna to boot. Christian making his move here. And takes Moscow. Can't build everywhere he's taken back, by the way. Always a problem for Austria. But it's not like Italy's doing poorly. Taking Marseille, taking Portugal, taking Spain, recovering into Munich. So it's a race now between A and I. Very exciting.
Absolutely second that, and I'm glad I didn't give my initial rate of of being too strongly like, oh, Italy's stabbing Austria, because yeah, this is beautifully agreed, beautiful stuff, and absolutely a race, very exciting.
Yes,
+5.
Yes, +5 with one center to build in.
Oh my God, 12
How did
center
Italy go
Austria.
down 3? Lost Vienna, lost Trieste, lost Smyrna.
I take it back. I don't know that it's a race. I think Austria's got it.
Well, because I didn't count correctly. Oh, that's France going down 3. Okay.
Yeah. So France going down 3. We got Austria +5. This is delicious. All right, Christian Brown surprising once again, showing that talent for scrambling at the right time. It doesn't have to end with the two of them fighting, but it could. All right, winner of 1906. My question to you, Zoe: should we just draw here?
Look, I'm looking at it. I do think Italy has the potential for more growth. We know they've been playing a pretty good diplomatic game, and France is ticked off with his neighbours. Germany's on side. Like, I do think that Italy has more to grow, but I think, then Austria responds to that. If I were Italy, I'd probably take the draw, just because I don't think I could hold the position. I do think there's more growth, but it would rely on this AI being even more solid than it is, which is pretty solid, but maybe not solid enough for Austria to not come and take some Italian dots.
All right, well, let's push into 1907, see what happens. We keep playing. So,
keep
Zoe,
playing.
this one's yours.
Oh my goodness, I love that Italian race up to North Atlantic. Can we get to 1910 and maybe see Italy taking some northern Russian dots? That'd be quite funny. Sorry, Spiros. I just love an errant fleet. People who know me know that I love an errant fleet. And so let's see what's happening with Austria and Italy. So Italy is correctly going, okay, I need to look after my position. I can keep advancing a bit, but I also need to take care of my position. And it looks like seemingly at least getting a little bit of German help, going from Berlin to Silesia to, perhaps make some good trouble with Austria. And I'm noticing EF still seem to be grumbling at each other, which is good for Italy. So maybe, that rare situation of, just playing it diplomatically, negotiations, sowing a little bit of chaos might actually be working well for Italy. We do see Vienna going into Tyrolia, and that is not great, but we have Piedmont there to look after Venice. So fingers crossed. And Silesia just goes back to Berlin. Okay. We see, yeah, I think so England's still banging its head against France. And I think we're just seeing a bit of, shuffling around trying to figure out what's going to happen, what the end state's going to be with Austria and Italy. It's starting to lock up, is my feeling. But keen for your takes.
Well, everything you said is right before. Maybe the game should draw, but Christian did have 4 builds in pocket, which I don't think I've ever heard of or seen. So he had to vacate centers, but now he's getting 2 armies and a fleet probably, laying down. And I don't think his position is really going to get worse, because even with some German friendship here.
Yeah, this is an excellent point. That is crazy, playing with 4 in the pocket. Australians like to wave, but that's intense. I love this from Christian. Yeah, and I mean, there's latitude to just keep playing. I feel like you guys perhaps know Christian a bit better than I do. Would he keep playing from here? You reckon yes?
I think he'd be excited about the win, and it's a strong win. But I mean, he can lock up a lot right now. I don't think he can lose anything.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna think draw here.
I think he would take the draw. But if he didn't, it also wouldn't shock me. Spring of 1908, we're still playing. So if there are any players that were in this game, I'm curious to know, was there a draw vote? Did it get vetoed? Did anybody, I'm just curious. So, all right, Ed.
I don't know if Spiros is there to help or not. I don't know why. I think he's giving him St. Petersburg. I don't know why Norway isn't moving to St. Petersburg. Okay, that's the first thing I saw. Christian here will make a play for Greece and might get it. If Ionian, Aegean are cut, yeah, I think Greece is dead. I think this is assuming what's going on with Spiros. I think Austria is looking pretty good. I didn't even really look at the West here, but they don't have the units to stop Austria. For some reason, Adriatic. I guess Adriatic is really worried about Ionian going to Albania and is supposed to just cutting it and taking Greece. But okay, fine. All right. Things went back to their natural state with between Christian and Spiros here. Meanwhile, Italy does take Brest. Now can't defend Spain if the army is disbanded. So I guess we're just going to see here if there can be any attempt on Christian. I don't really think there can be.
Is it just Italy and Austria trying to get a bit closer to even? That's kind of what I'm wondering, because it seemed like Austria going, okay, yeah, I could pick up that, but I get your point. And then, again, that move out of Mayo, this feels maybe like setting up for a draw, but I've said that like 7 times, so I've been wrong all of them.
I think there's a lot of sense to that, right? Because I don't think Chris can really take anything now. Well, I guess he could still take
Greece.
Maybe Italy is going to try and catch up a little bit, but with that fleet in Gascony, maybe not. Piedmont's going to go back to Marseille here, so it's hard to say what'll happen.
I think Christian just wanted to put down all of those builds that he just want to get the units on the board. All right, spring 1909, we are still playing.
Oh my goodness! All right. Oh, England's in the mid-Atlantic. Who's France now? Italy, Fitaly, Errants. Anyway. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon because Jeff has retaken Spain, at least for now. And Italy has taken Edinburgh. A normal thing for me to say. And basically, I guess we now probably get to see how annoyed England is just with dot taking in general, or how consistently annoyed they are at France forever. I suspect it'll be the latter. And it looks like just sizing up to protect. I am very interested in that last turn, the Adriatic going to Albania, and now Albania and Naples bouncing in Ion, and Ion's gone to Adriatic. It feels like there's been discussions about draws and suppositions that people would take draws, and then draws just weren't brought to the table. That's my feeling.
I don't think Greece is falling because it's got to support Trieste now.
Yep. That opportunity is gone.
Yeah,
it falls, of course. That's what happens.
And after all, yep. And Naples is in Ion, and Adriatic's. Wow, Trieste is quite neatly defended actually.
It is
good play. And Jeff is hanging on spitefully, and as lightly predicted, Jaden just doesn't really like people taking their dots. Doesn't matter if they're Italy or France, just doesn't like people taking their dots, which I'm not going to say it again. It keeps coming to mind. It's too easy, and I'm sick of being wrong. So I'm just going to say, if I were Italy, I'd be wanting to chat about draws unless I really wanted Portugal.
All right, well, 1909, get another unit by Austria up to 13. That gap getting larger. Spring of 1910, we are still playing. Ed, this one's you.
Nothing happens between Austria and Italy on the line, and I don't think anything can or will happen there. That's over. England takes Spain. The EF survives.
The EF survives, and I've noticed Italy's gone down sizably, while Austria keeps slowly now, but still growing. Yeah.
All right, winner of 1910. The game finally ends. Congratulations, Christian Brown. 13 center Austria. I don't know if that's the largest Austria we've seen this season, but I think my word of the day, this this edition of Sesame Street, brought to you by the letter E for explosive. That is the most explosive Austrian that I've seen this season. Really, really fun to watch. Zoe, go to you first. What's the story of the game for you?
Oh, it's that really strong AI, very effectively dealing with, it was clearly a jug and the AI from the start, and the AI just dispatched them beautifully. At one point, I really thought that it was France's game to lose. I had my goggles on from round one, and I thought, oh, France, oh, France. But this is just spectacular, and I think there were so many points throughout the end where I was like, oh, this should be a draw vote. Oh, this should be a draw vote. And what must have been happening from what I'm reading now is like Italy just going, no, I could grow more, no, I could grow more, and the West just going, yeah, don't think we're going to let that happen. We'll actually mentize just enough so that you are not growing through us. And therefore, more credit, more power to Christian. But what an incredible Austrian game! Truly stunning. It's been a long time since I've seen anyone with like 5 or 4 builds in the pocket and not able to build, and then just stormed that kind of a commanding board top. Beautiful stuff. I'll be rewatching.
Ed?
I just like listening to Zoe. She's so charming. I think the story of that game was Italy getting greedy. When I lost my audio and it goes, and I noticed that Italy somehow in Vienna couldn't possibly hold it. Normally you'd say Christian just makes a stab, but that's not actually what happened here. Christian responded to a stab quite effectively. Now I'm not saying Christian wouldn't have stabbed because that's in his gameplay, but Italy certainly gave him the excuse to do all that damage. And sometimes when you're Italy and things are going so good in the West, and there's a lot of Austrian armies, I know when I talked about Italy could have gone west or east. Well, the same choice lasts for Christian, but when we said, who do you like? I think Christian was only at 5. So he did such a great job, and he managed everything well, and he defended well, and I'm proud of him, and I'm glad to see him on top.
All right. Well, that's too much praise from you, Ed. So we're going to give you a break, help you calm down a little bit. And then we're going to bring Isaac back to the stage. Isaac, welcome. And Isaac, we are going to go on to our final game of round 2 for the Virtual Diplomacy League. Anything you'd like to say about that game? To our final game of round 2 for the Virtual Diplomacy League.
Committed DVN listener.
About that game. To our final game of round 2.
No, nothing. Just it was a great show in Italian position. I also think early on it was a really nice example of AI cooperation, and how I think it was an example of both the benefits and the dangers of locking in with an ally early and running super well with them, because you can get great growth out of that, but you also have to manage their growth to make sure they can't do something like go +5 in one turn.
Yeah, that's a lesson for all of us. All right, let's get to our next game, Virtual Diplomacy League 225 Sweden. And we got some new players on this board. I'm excited to see Zoe, why don't you introduce our players?
Absolutely. So in Austria, we have Darcy Morris, your friend and mine, great player from Canberra. Astronaut, who I am familiar with, again, through Speedboat. I can't recall if we've played any virtual face-to-face together yet. They seem to be pretty solid. A few new players. Tuckbot Tully, I'm not familiar. Johannes was in the first game. I think I mentioned in the chat, if not, that was his first virtual face-to-face game, the round 1 game. And I believe he played the 2 other rounds. and is going to be one to watch, I reckon. Like, really got some good gut reads happening there. We've got Ryan, who I think we've mentioned before, played at WTC. Nice guy. Front Stabber, I'm not familiar, and Noah M, I'm not familiar. So I'm very excited to see what happens, and I'm not making any predictions for stories apart from that Darcy Morris going to Darcy Morris. And those who've watched will know what I mean.
Yeah, Front Stabber is Jake Mannix, a player on the Pacific,
Wonderful.
who
Okay,
also
then
played in WDC.
I do know of Jake by reputation. Hi, Jake. Good to see you in the chat too.
Jake Mannix, longtime face-to-face player, well known. So really good to see Jake dipping the toe, or continuing to dip the toe, it looks like, in the virtual format. And Isaac, any storylines you're going to be watching for in this game?
I think we've got a fair few newer players. Not necessarily their first game, but new to the VDL format. So it'll be very interesting to see how the new players merge with the rookies and also with the more experienced players. So I'll be sort of looking at how those interactions shape the game.
Yeah, I have found that there are some experienced players that are just naturally gifted at helping new players, either by format or by, especially true when they're new to the game, helping them to create a vision and a purpose, and kind of see, hey, this is something I can get excited about and something that I can feel comfortable with. A lot of times there's a lot of trepidation and fear, not necessarily with some of these players who've been playing for a long time, but just generally new players, that can be a challenge. And those, like, I tend to struggle with new players because I've been playing the game so long. There's things that I will say that I don't do an effective job of communicating because I'm using shorthand, like, oh, let's run a sea lion. Like, what the heck is a sea lion? Or not inspiring that trust, not taking the time. So I agree with you, Isaac. I think that whether it is new players by experience or just getting to know someone for the first time that you've never built that relationship with before, in this kind of game, those experienced players who are able to most effectively build those relationships, that can be the key difference.
Yeah.
All right. Well, spring 1901, Zoe, this one is you.
Absolutely. My eyes caught by the German opening, Munich holding and Kiel going to Holland and Berlin going to Kiel. I feel like textbook at the moment is Kiel to Denmark, but I'm always interested to see something different. We see pretty standard bounces, Russia, Turkey, Russia, Austria. We see Venice holding. I mean, this looks like it's going to be another AI, but you never know. Another AI RT, just a guess. And we see, pretty standard behavior from England and France, nothing too spicy. And it's a convoy into Tunis, which is pretty standard Lepanto behavior. And we've got Vienna covering Trieste, so just a little bit of anxiety there, but clearly no worries with Russia, so that's good to note. Austria, Russia, maybe okay, non-interference at least. Turkey's just getting their one build, and notably Russia's also just getting one build, not putting too much pressure down there in the south, which is quite wise diplomatically, I'd say. And we see England taking Belgium. I do always think of, the place where British armies go to die, but sometimes that's not true. And we see Munich moving to Burgundy, which is pretty savvy. And Denmark's taken as well. To build Germany, nothing too shabby. So that is actually a nice 2-2-2 from everyone in the West. Western Triple Watch?
Yeah.
Who knows?
You see that Holland build being slightly more friendly to England than you'd expect, because even though it's the same adjacency to North Sea, people tend to react more badly to Holland just because they've come to expect Denmark, and I think because it denies you the bounce for Sweden.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. It's certainly friendly to Russia, whether that's acknowledged or not. And what are we building? Oh, it's your favorite, Brian. Not another German fleet. Why would we want another German fleet? We are obviously going to fight someone on the continent. We see a Turkish fleet, which is sensible. And we see Fleet Naples, 2 armies for everything else fairly standard. Noting Army Marseille and Fleet Brest, which I think is quite balanced actually. And I am noting that spicy little Fleet Liverpool. So possibly
Yeah.
England taking that nod from Germany and saying, all right, let's go to town.
Well, the two armies from Germany and 2 fleets from England makes me think that this might even have been arranged in the fall turn.
Yep.
Yeah, that move to Holland, with the fleet, it's difficult to read that as anything but anti-English. And then you get the follow-up with Fleet Brest. I can understand why England's putting down double fleets this way. Now, I don't know that Germany is going to be committed to attacking England. If that were the case, I would have expected to see another fleet here. So I don't think that's what we're seeing. I think that may just be more of a inexperience. I don't know Johann's experience with the game. I know that they are new to me. But the read from England, the response from England, I completely get. And I also understand why Tuckbot would have been incentivized to build Fleet Brest as well. So I would have expected, hey, let's go attack England. So I don't know that anyone's on the same page, is how I'm reading the West.
That's you, Isaac.
Looks as though the EG seem to be on the same page and sticking together for the moment. The West it's basically just tactics. It's basically just how can we break France as quickly as possible, go to Picardy, go to Irish, go to the Channel, start to move backwards, as in backfilling into Ruhr. Then over in the East, you've just got more AI RT conflict, with the AI being the victors for the moment. Except this Budapest move means that there might be a bit of a shakeup, or maybe you quite often get people trying to move other units out of position. That army in Budapest didn't really have anywhere else to go, so maybe they were trying to deny a bounce in Romania or something else similar.
I've noticed, that was interesting from Turkey. I'm not surprised that they're rolling backwards. It seems like that move against Russia was something that, silver-tongued AIs might have said, oh, this is really good. We're turning away from you. You should go against Russia. And that's how we know we can trust you. Sure, that's a nice line. I was somewhat amused at the last. Sorry, I've taken over you, Isaac. My
No,
bad.
it's okay. We've moved to 4. Okay. We've got spring. No, we've got fall. Again, just more EG progress. They break mid-Atlantic. They keep hold of Burgundy, which is still quite nice, even if they can't really push anywhere else because of the number of French armies there. There's clearly some AI tension, though, with that convoy back to Apulia rather than to Smyrna or Syria, and that self-bounce in Trieste, but not enough to prevent them from making that forward progress. And RT seem to have realized that they're in trouble and have started trying to play defensively.
Gotta say, convoy to Apulia better than a convoy to Albania for the AI relationship.
Yeah.
All right. So interesting. Looks like Turkey has a matter of time. I could be wrong. I've been wrong many, many times before. So hopefully for Turkey's sake, I'm wrong. but we've got Ion following up into Aegean. This looks like a nice, solid AI Lepanto, and we've also got great cooperation heading towards the line, and looks like Russia seems to be on board with that as well, with Warsaw moving to Silesia, Ukraine moving up to Warsaw, and I always notice like whose pieces are moving away from each other, and I'm very much noticing that Russia and Austria are very much saying, gals still DMZ. Romania, like, what can Romania do? It's a fleet, but it's still going to the black rather than just sitting there or, bothering Bulgaria. So that's what I'm noticing. I'm also noticing France, again, like France does not appear to have friends at the moment, but France is doing fine because France is France and France is in the corner and France is going to do France things like defend against an EG. And they're doing that pretty well. That move to English Channel is not going to be pleasant for them, though. Interesting as well, speaking of pieces moving away from each other, I'm noticing Moscow to Livonia, Sweden to Baltic. Are we on cheeky convoy watch? I think we're on cheeky convoy watch. I'm excited.
Yeah. Well, Russia's gone all in on the center of the board at this point because they've identified that they aren't going to get anything out of AI.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and well done to Darcy and Jake for putting together that coordinated quick move. They definitely gained tempo on the West. They have the advantage based off the position at breaking across that center Munich, Berlin, that can be difficult to break through if you don't move at the right time. And then Ryan in Italy, I'm really curious. Ryan needs to be asking for one, maybe even two, arguably two of those Turkish centers, if they're truly going to be part of this triple. Or is Ryan going to be content to just kind of be that junior partner? And how long will they be content to do that? Because that will be the swing position, I think, for whether the East is able to break through or if the West is able to defend.
I will say I've seen and played Italy's that sit on 4 for a long time and it doesn't hurt them and they end up doing very, very well. If I recall correctly, Tian Yu-sun was one of those, had a storming top in his first tournament.
Yeah.
All right. Is this me or is this you, Isaac? It's me, isn't it?
It is.
Excellent. Okay. So, yep. As we probably could have predicted, Italy's not picking up anything in Turkey yet. It definitely will be a matter of time. That's not necessarily a bad thing in my personal view and in my personal experience. But it is notable that Russia is like helping out. It looks all by agreement, but when I'm an AI and I'm taking apart Turkey, I'm usually saying, Russia, you focus elsewhere. We got this. But Russia's being very helpful. Good stuff. Interesting. So we've just let Kiel walk into Berlin, which I think this is correct. I'm still excited for a cheekier convoy, by which I mean a convoy into a traditionally German center or neutral, rather than Sweden. But I understand, hold back a little bit. Like you've probably spooked the horses, let them sort their stuff out. Italy, it looks like Austria and Russia would like Italy to be sort of an assertive force, which as Italy, I'm always a bit nervous about because particularly if you've got like a decently strong Austria behind you, there's always that risk that, if I'm moving up, I'm way open. Very interesting. Noticing the West now. So looks like England is both going north and south, which I kind of love for England. I'm not going to lie. Like, look at that. I'm heading up to Norway to cause some good trouble with Russia, and moving out of English Channel, so disengaging with France, which I think is probably the right call, but still keeping Irish there in case there's any hijinks. And going to North Africa. I know that people hate North Africa for a fleet, but I don't know. I think if you're an English fleet and there's like the closest Italian fleet is what, like multiple squares away? 3, I think I'm counting. Why not?
Yep.
Why not take a crazy chance, as Hilary Duff once said?
I think that this is actually a really nice move from England because it's a way to de-escalate with France without it being super obvious that that's what you're doing. It's
Mm.
still easy enough to sell to Germany that you're repositioning, you're moving down so you can do other things. But you've still made those moves away to begin that de-escalation process, which you got to start somewhere.
And shout out to Zoe for the first ever League Night Hillary Duff reference. So. I
Oh,
love it.
surely there's been ones beforehand, Brian.
Probably.
Surely,
I just
Titan of the scene.
all right, we get the juicy Fleet South Coast in St. Pete from Russia, and I'll
Delicious.
leave that to Isaac to explain.
Russia deciding very much that they want a northern game, which I think makes sense. I don't think they can hold Ankara or Romania long term. So if they want to get it, keep hold of it, then they have to build from German dots, basically. The AI continue to clean up Turkey, but also deal with this Tunis problem that they've just identified. France deciding that if the EG is not going to help them, they're going to become an Eastern power. And so they decide to take some support into Munich with Berlin. That convoy to Norway is beautiful. Love to see a Belgium to Norway convoy or vice versa, and puts England in a nice position in the north. Also, very nice move from Darcy. When you're an Austria in an air like this, you can look big and scary. So just holding everything keeps you nice and defensive, and also goes, look, I'm not scary. I'm not doing anything or going anywhere.
Ah, yes. The holding.
Holding. Convoy up to Romania. So again, Russia going full on northern focus, just trying to keep their southern holdings diplomatically and gain in the north, which they're doing. Well, they're gaining one because of Sweden. England and France staying de-escalated. Trying to get Aegean out into Ionian. Is that Aegean or Greece that's being supported into Ionian, actually? Aegean to Ionian, just to try and pester the Italians with your dying breath. And the East go, actually, France, you know how you wanted Munich? Actually, we think we'll have it instead now that you've helped us, which is always the risk when you decide to work for the other side.
We've got David, who I believe is Tuckbot Tully, is saying saw an opportunity to ruin Germany's game after they lied in fall of 1901 and may have been quite petty. Pettiness is something that we do support here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. It may not always be the most effective as far as results go, but it is fun for us as an audience. So for that, David, we thank you.
100%. You've got to have a reason to go against someone, and petty reasons can be fine. What are we saying here? We've gone up to England. Yep. Down one, Germany. Ouch. And we say goodbye to Turkey. Thanks for playing, Noah. Bad luck this time. But you know, dying in 04 as Turkey, as someone who's done it many times, it's a very honourable death. It's a very, you know, moral thing to do for the good of the board. That is what I tell myself when I cry myself to sleep at night. So we've got a army Paris. We've got another fleet. So it seems like Italy is now live to the fact that there's a French fleet in Wes and a English fleet in Tunis. Normal things. I love this.
I
As
don't
England,
know.
by the way.
If you're France, do you want to be seeing Fleet London here? I'd be pitching
Nah.
strongly for an army.
Yeah, I would agree, but yeah, that is interesting. I assume that's like, wait, what is that? I was about to say wanting to get north, and then I'm like, there's nothing. There's no reason they can't get north. Oh, I don't know. All right, let's see what's happening in spring 1905. I'm not surmising anything about builds anymore.
It does want to
oh,
go north.
It does, and do you know what else? It wants to go north, and then Skagerrak wants to go south, and Germany is like, excuse me, Russia, I'll be taking that back now, and Russia and Austria still going, and here we go. Here's the turn. Tyrolia supports Trieste to Venice. So it looks like Darcy is cashing in his ships as Darcy can do quite effectively. And I'm noting that convoy back from Romania to Ankara. That's clever from Jake. Essentially saying, look, I'll help you. You've turned against Italy, delicious. But
Delicious.
me,
Smyrna looks lovely.
yes, Smyrna looks lovely. I'll help you, but like, we're going to be mutually entangled in this. Like, you're not just going to, romp up towards me. Might also be a chance to give them rum. I'm not sure. And then in fall, we're setting up for more convoys. Kiel, it was a beautiful story, but it's never going to last. That Russian fleet is back there. Love a Russian fleet in Kiel, as we now all know. And Moscow to Livonia to set up for more convoys. England's ticked off. England does not like this. But I don't think England is, particularly with that Ank to Smyrna. So I'm reading that Jake has had a chat with Darcy and saying, look, England's an existential threat to us being able to romp this board. So let me deal with them. Sad that there's not St. Pete free, but under the circumstances, that's to be expected. You don't want to risk losing St. Pete just so that you can free up for a build. So notable also that England's going to go down they're going to be static, but they're not building as far as I can see. Oh no, they are going down.
They're going down too.
I'm sorry, I forgot to look at Tunis, that natural English neutral centre.
The National English Centre.
Natural English Centre. I'm so intrigued.
Yeah.
There seem to be a lot of weird misorders around Piedmont, Venice, Marseille at the moment because
that'll
was that
probably
meant to be
a
convoy to
support.
Tuscany?
I would predict so. Yeah.
Yeah, righto. Makes sense. And Darcy's just shoring up that position. +2 for Austria. That's beautiful, and down 2 for Italy. Ouch.
I will just note, Russia is one of the few powers that's had continuous growth. They haven't been growing that much, but they've been growing pretty solidly for about 1 or 2 every single turn of the game, which is how you win as Russia.
Yeah. Interesting point in the chat from Michalis about maybe turning down Smyrna as Russia. I would lightly agree with that. Just because, again, big Russia, for some reason, people are always more scared of big Russia than they are of big Austria, even if big Austria is in a position to, explode much faster. Although I think they're pretty equally yoked, honestly. But yeah, good point. Diplomatically, anyway, I would agree with that.
Well, I think the question is, which side is Italy on? If Italy is going to be on the eastern side fighting against the west, then yeah, I would want that. But if they're upset at Austria and they're pitching against and they're joining in with France, I don't know that I'd want them to have that build.
Yeah.
So in this beautiful Austria, this is either a trade. I think this is probably a trade. Romania for Constantinople. We'll see if it lasts. But the fleet you blow up the fleet, try and take it off the board. Holland goes, so we lose the Germans, and there's a little bit of fighting in the Med, but beyond that, everything just sort of holds and positions. In the fall, everyone goes to Greece. I believe this is a reference to WDC 2026. And Rome is taken. Yeah, Con to Smyrna will swap. But that's it. That's all that happens. They take Rome.
Yeah. So I'd normally never comment on this because it is the meme. But I feel like this is a lot of the board saying, let's have a draw. And it's interesting to see who's not doing joke orders. So it's there's a little bit from France, there's a little bit from Italy, and there's quite a lot from Austria, and a little bit of strategic business from Russia as well. So it seems like I would read this as England, France, basically saying, come on, let's get this over with.
Yeah, so Darcy picking one up there. So the question is the rest of the board okay with that? Oh, it looks like we also have +1 for Russia. I missed that. Oh, Con Got it.
Oh, wow. So Turkey is fully Russian. I've not seen that
Yeah.
often, not in like current play.
I
Seeing
mean,
Swapped it
face-to-face
for
warfare.
Romania.
it's
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Fully-
mean, I guess that's a effective way to say you're now in the box, Russia. Have a nice time.
Have
it's
a nice
fully
box.
fully Russian at the grace of Austria.
Yeah, and I mean that is diplomatically that's quite nice. I do like that.
All right, one of 1907 predictions. Do we continue, or does it draw here?
This is a delicious draw state, but I've been just terrible at picking when things are going to draw on this board. I think there's a couple more centres that Austria could take relatively easily.
Yeah.
Particularly if
think-
France goes, yeah, okay.
I think this continues for at least Naples and Tunis. I think then it's a question of if you draw.
All right. We do continue play.
Yep, as it was written, so it shall be done. So Naples is now got, and
Tunis is
and
now
now
got as
Tunis
well.
has got. Good play, Ryan. Really, really like that stab from Darcy was devastating. And you played really well. All right, down 2. So we are now left with four powers. Yep. Wow.
Yep.
Eliminate 3. Okay, so we've got. Yeah, I mean. Yep. There we go. There we have it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Wonderful from Darcy. 2 really beautiful Austrias. And had we not just seen the other Austrian game, we would have said, "Oh, best Austria contender." But that was still a masterclass, and I think really a beautiful story of how well an Austria and Russia alliance can work. I saw Patrick mention in the chat, giving Russia all of Turkey is the most stable border for an AR. I mean, I'm just going to say Darcy's a great player, great tactician, great strategist. I only really know Jake by reputation, but I reading this, I think it's a beautiful pairing of a really good tactician, a really good negotiator, diplomat, and 2 really good strategists. Beautiful work.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to Darcy Morris. And this just in, folks, in case you didn't know, Darcy Morris is pretty good at this game called Diplomacy.
Yeah, he is
He
not.
is.
He's not underrated. Yeah.
Ed, any takeaways from what you saw on the tail end of that?
AR can work in this scenario when there's a stunning lack of fleets built by anyone else. There was only 4 fleets, and one of them was built by Darcy there at the end. They basically worked that game with almost no fleets, taking all the supply centers on their side. They still made it over the line. But there wasn't much progress after that. If you looked at the med situation, it's just, I don't think France or England could have caught up, and I don't think they could have cracked on to the other side of the Eastern line, but it is unusual to see AR make that much progress in a 1907 game.
I will say we're only in May, and I believe this is our 3rd Austrian board top of the year. So we're having a
My
little bit of an
goodness.
Austria resurgence at the moment.
Love that, and hope that this does not go down to the mean and we just start seeing Austrian get demolished, but it can be a boom or bust kind of situation. All right, so we are going to switch to the other side of the world. We're going upside down to the Snake Pit. And we're going to move through these pretty quickly. And let's see. I think, Zoe, you get a break. And we will see you for the final games in Snake Pit. Isaac, you are lead on this. If you can read off our players. And we're going to move, pick up the pace a little bit. We're a little behind schedule today.
So we have Cody Miller, the player from VDL before. I believe this game was back in January, so it'll be a Cody Miller origin story. Then we have Henry Gray, a player who I'm not super familiar with. Alan Thompson, old, strong player from the Australian hobby. Then we have Jonathan Sun, another well-known player from Virtual Play in Australia. Fanayam is Stuart Barton, a reasonably well-known Australian player. And then we have the North Americans, because this isn't at a bad time for them, Justin Law and Cody Green, the people who love playing all the games they possibly can in the world.
Ed, storylines.
The Battle of the Codys, or were the Codys a lie? That's all I'm looking for.
All right. As it should be in every game. So, all right, let's get to our map. This is the first game of the second season. Whoops, I hope I didn't just spoil that for everybody.
Don't look, don't look, don't look. I'm not
No,
looking.
no.
Looking away.
All right.
Looking away.
Here we go.
Come
So
on, Bob.
we're doing. I'm a
You
professional.
said go quickly.
I did say go quickly. That is true. All right.
Okay.
I know it's over in 08.
So let's not go that quickly. Okay, so you see some interesting openings. The channel is immediately what catches my eye, and the fist bump over the Black Sea bounce alongside a Galicia bounce. But the big move is Moscow going to Livonia rather than pushing south from Justin. So does that mean he's going to play a more northern game? Not sure.
Usually when I see that, it's in hopes of a convoy from Livonia to Sweden, and Germany doesn't usually want that army there.
Different convoy up to Finland, but could have gone to Sweden if he wanted. English Channel says, no, I just wanted Belgium. I'll get out of your hair. And convoy up to Norway, but Denmark doesn't bounce Sweden, which is interesting. Everyone wants the Russian fleet in Romania. Everybody. And bouncing Greece and Trieste between Stuart and Cody. So a little bit of AI conflict straight off the bat.
I don't really understand. Usually Bulgaria is supposed to cut Serbia here. So that might. So I don't think Italy's going to appreciate or support. Yeah, I mean, wait, hold on.
Apulia in.
Support Apulia in. They didn't do that. I don't think either way. I don't think Italy's going to appreciate that. And man, I bet you Justin really wishes he had that build in Sweden, given that there's an army in Norway.
And there was another slip into Burgundy, actually, which appears to be becoming a thing. Which again leads to, in fact, we've got Brian's two favorite sets of builds combined. 2 armies for France and 2 armies for Germany, which has England frothing at the mouth. They put down 2 fleets, and who's going to stop them with these builds? A fleet in Smyrna. Maybe Russia's going to be the one to stop them because they build in the north. But yeah, this game's all about armies. Okay.
All right, spring 1902. I got it, Isaac. We got Turkey coming out. There is definitely tension between Turkey and Italy, no question. It looks like another AI. Australia this time into Greece, into Galicia. Justin's is going to have to balance on a spindle top here with units moving to Silesia. Justin does take Sweden. I guess it can be retaken back with the move of Denmark to Baltic and Kiel to Denmark. Meanwhile, France just getting into Burgundy, forcing a retreat to Ruhr. England has decided that England is against France, but isn't seemingly working with. Maybe they are working with Germany, and that's the self-bounce in Picardy. I don't know what they were thinking. That's what I got. These are not virtual, right? This is press.
No, this is virtual. This is
virtual. Okay, it is virtual. Okay,
Yeah.
so they got to go quickly here.
Yeah. Sweden does get taken, as you say. English Channel moves up to Irish just to be a little defensive in case Mao's coming up. Italy decides that now's the time to take Tunis. Everyone's too scared of each other to move anywhere in the east. Germany gets into Warsaw to try and prevent some Russian growth and gets bounced out of Munich.
It's a good turn for Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of hesitation and uncertainty. I'm not sure there's a lot of agreement on anything except the fact that Justin Lore's centers belong to Germany. Everyone seems to be okay with that. All right, we got Winterbo 2 putting down army builds in Belgium and Munich. Lots of army builds continue that trend, and the only fleet on the board is in Naples.
Yep.
Isaac, back to you.
Ionian gets broken, which is not great for Italy. RT seem to have made up and decided to be friends, but it's a little bit late because that one rogue German army is really helpful for breaking through Austria, especially as the EG starts to break through in the north. France is just kind of sitting there, not really able to do anything because they built a bunch of armies and they want to attack England. This is why you don't build two armies in 01. Germany pushing east, but that's about it.
Man, I think this is a suboptimal play from Italy. Not protecting Ionian, not convoying Tunis back to Apulia or Albania or whatever. Not optimal. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead, Isaac. You do this and I'll do 04.
Sure. So Sweden drops to Livonia. Bit of a misplay from Germany there. Warsaw doesn't tap Moscow, which means St. Petersburg stays because they support the Austrians in. Austria gets Romania anyway. And Ionian does get taken, but there's a nice spot in Greece to retreat to. So there's just a bit of a conga line over in the Balkans. And France decides, if I can't attack anyone else, I guess I'll go try and hit Venice. Again, too many armies. Nothing else really moves.
I don't have much. It is funny to see how England and France are trying to maybe trying to work things out, but then they're Belgium. I don't know.
They just have
it's all
bad
good for
unit
Germany.
composition.
As long as there's this EF friction, it's Germany can have these Eastern adventures.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that decision by Germany to take the risk on Austria instead of working with England, that might not be a bad thing for them.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, it's you, Ed.
Yeah. So, well, we have an EG that I must say is a little unusual in the sense that it aims to have no presence against France. It just is just going east. It's an EG that goes east, which is a way to do it, I guess, because it's working out. England's in St. Petersburg, Germany's in Moscow, and I think the key point here is they're all armies, right? You know, it's tough nut to crack, even with a retreat to. Well, it doesn't even matter because Russia's gone, right? So, or
Yeah.
depending on the fall orders. So yeah, that's great news if you are Germany and England. Meanwhile, Isaac's point about the French adventures, it was all an attempt to go and try and cut Munich, I guess. So we'll see. But man, this is slow. But now, at this point, with England building, they're coming west. They're going to build a fleet, and I think they're going to build a fleet, and I think they're going to just push on France now. They can do what they need to do.
A little bit of background. This is useful. A good example of why you can't always just look at the board and understand the full picture. Got Alan Thompson saying the choice for all the armies were because Jonathan was going to attack. So it sounds like there was some history between those players. Traditionally don't always work together the best, it sounds like. And so,
Me and Farron.
yeah.
Me and Farron are going to fight.
Yeah.
I will also say another important note about Snake Pit that I remember that affects the boards is negotiation is permitted in the winter phases. You just have to do it at the game table.
Interesting. Fall of 1904.
Yeah. Okay. So France makes an attempt at Munich that did not work. Okay, it's 3-on-3. No, didn't take Belgium. All right, so nothing happened in the East, and in the West also. Sorry, nothing happened in the West, and also in the East, nothing happened except Justin lives. He got into Ankara. I guess we'll see which unit he decides to keep.
Yeah.
All right, winter of 1904 keeps the army.
Yeah.
He's there to help Austria. Sorry, he's there to help Germany, I guess.
Yeah.
That's
Germany continues their adventures into the east, just kind of saying, France is too annoying, we'll leave them alone. But England decides, Germany, these eastern adventures, they're getting a bit out of hand. And so he decides he wants Sweden and Denmark. Because, again, there's nothing Germany can really do about it from this position because of that lack of fleets.
This is a stab for sure, right?
Yeah.
I mean, no question about it. This is, and I think this is a smart move for England. Where's England supposed to grow other than France?
Yeah, and it's going to be much easier to grow against Germany than against France. And France is going to be super grateful that you've started attacking someone who isn't them and will probably do anything you want. Then
and you're attacking the board leader.
Yeah. Over in the east, you've got AI look like they just play for position. I don't think Trieste is a stab. It just looks like positioning to me.
Agreed.
Yeah, goes down to Albania. They try and take a shot at Bulgaria. Russia getting a second build, walking into Smyrna. That is a thing you can do. Doesn't really achieve anything, but maybe there's some sort of deal they've made with AI. England decides to go for the soft stab, just taking Sweden. Maybe Germany diplomacied them well enough that they're turning back around on France. Or maybe this was all a ploy to get France to not be worried. Who knows?
I think it was to even out the centers. And by the way, that's good alliance management. I don't know if it was agreed, great. If it was done by force, also good. Sometimes you got to stick up for yourself when you're the junior partner.
Yeah, that's a lesson that I definitely need to be reminded of in many of my games. I think that for those that are, I would consider myself a mid-ish player trying to make that transition up. And when I do advocate for myself, that's when I tend to play better. So good reminder by Ed and by our players on the board here. All right, Ed, what are we looking at in spring of 06?
Well, England does not take the Mid-Atlantic because of Italian support, and also because English Channel didn't force it because England prioritized getting London to Picardy, which is awesome. I think that was the right play. That's really good. France is effectively crushed. I foresee a lot of bounces in the North Sea now. And let's see here. Nothing else really of consequences. I know we're speeding up. Italy just, I guess, going after whatever it can. Yeah, it gets Smyrna. I think Trieste is also maybe arranged. Yeah, because of Bulgaria is my guess. They're trying to be, I think, friendly to each other. Mid-Atlantic falls.
Yeah, no way it wouldn't.
Yeah. I was looking at why Picardy is holding, but I guess fine. And Denmark goes to Sweden. Can't build. I don't know what that's about. Maybe it was supposed to be a bounce that they didn't do. I don't know.
Maybe.
On that result, we get a +2 in Italy, which I was not expecting at the start of that year. And +1 for Germany, and Henry in England goes down 1.
Now we'll have to see if Italy can capitalize on the collapse of France with a move set exactly like this, which they do. They go up to Serbia, which I think that one's probably a stab.
I don't know. He's supporting him into Khan.
Maybe. But are you really willing to give up Serbia as Austria?
Well, he might do more than that. He might give up Budapest and Vienna by making that play. I think I don't. It might be a stab.
It might not. We'll have to find out. I think the Western focus certainly makes sense. If France is dying this fast and you can't save them because you don't have the units in place, then you want to try and make sure you're getting a piece of that southern three before England and Germany get down there. And keeping some pressure on the center of the board is good. This game has basically just turned into a EG versus AI.
Tough piff of the Picardy army from England there, which causes Brest to be lost. I think England played it really cautiously, taking Brest from mid-Atlantic, worried it was going to get cut, but that army needed to stay there. It was great to get it there. As we go into 07, like I guess another attempt at Munich. That's not happening, fellas.
But
that's,
it does tie up those German units, meaning they can't push anywhere. They have to stay there and be annoyingly still.
Or build.
Yeah.
And Italy moves to position defensively against France or offensively. They're sort of in a position where they can still do things around Spain, Marseille if they want, but they're also in a nice spot for helping out Mao if needed. And no other real changes.
Question. Would you have done Trieste to Vienna, Serbia to Budapest, something like that? Maybe slip into Bulgaria.
He could have made it all bad, right? I mean, Smyrna could have supported Ankara to Khan. He could have eviscerated Austria, but I don't think that's in his interest with everything.
Yeah, because EG is too strong here, and there's no position here for either England or Germany to stab the other. And if you're gonna stab your partner in a position like this on the line, you've got to make sure the other side of the board's doing it at the same time. Otherwise, you're just making them win.
That's why y'all are nicer than I. And we draw. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that surprised me. Ed, what's your take? Is this
How are you surprised? I knew it drew in spring 1908 when we started the game.
Oh, because I was looking at trying to figure out how to hide the screen and I didn't see it. I was the only person not surprised.
Van I Am is a deserving winner of this game. That's what I have to say. Played well.
Yeah. This game is a lesson in why unit composition is important, because it meant that England, the West, because England built two fleets, Germany built two armies, and France built two armies for diplomatic reasons, but that meant that they were all quite stuck in said alliances and they didn't really have that ability to pivot. And so that's why pay attention to your unit composition.
All right, Zoe, welcome. I know you got a little experience, maybe even a little more than some of us, playing with some of those players. What was your take on that game?
Well, I was just thinking about particular insight that I could add. I think at the start of the coverage, I can't remember if it was you, Brian, or Isaac said that, like, is this the Cody Miller origin story? And actually, I do have some insight that it is. He got like a very decent result, as you could see, but as I understand it, and this actually came up in AAR last night after VDL, after the board that we were on, that he felt really icky about how he'd played that game. Like, didn't feel great about it. And I hope I'm not misremembering this or misrepresenting. But like, you know, happy with the result, but also like feeling a bit distasteful about how he got there. And that actually that has informed his play from there on out. And I've definitely seen that the last two virtual face-to-face games that I've played. And also, yeah, because we're in Melbourne, I see it in face-to-face as well when we have our monthly games. As I say, great development. And also nice board top for Stuart. Congratulations, Stuart.
Absolutely. Definitely agree. It was well played, Italy. Go back and forth, which is my favorite power. Sometimes it's Italy, sometimes it's Russia. I think it tends Italy more than Russia. So today it's Italy. I always respect good Italian play. So well done on that. And yeah, great development from Cody. Glad to see you playing. And I certainly am glad my origin story was not recorded and broadcast on the internet. So to all of our new players, thank you for allowing us to cover these games. I hope that it is enjoyable and educational for you to have this commentary. It's certainly fun for us. Isaac, we're going to let you take a break real quick, and we're going to move on to our next game. And I did double check this. So here we've got, we're moving to round 3, board B. So in this game, Ed, you want to introduce our players?
It just appears to be a bunch of Australians. I'm very curious to see how Jeff plays because I liked this game earlier today.
Jeff's not Australian, I will note, and nor is astronaut, nor is Liam Healy, and nor is Mazlan Salah, who's playing from Pakistan, which is amazing, which is like exactly what we want to see with this with the Snake Pit, as far as I understand it. And I know that Michael Saxton's in the chat and might want to even jump in on this, but like, you know, there's the rhetoric that it's an Australian league, but it's very much an Asia Pacific league, and I think this shows.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I stand corrected on my little joke. Aslan is a really nice guy. I've played with him, I think, 2 times. I think his problem has been historically too nice. Wants to agree with everybody on everything. Sometimes gets taken advantage of by players like me. I hope that doesn't happen to him this time.
As do we all. All right, Spring of 01, Ed.
First thing I noticed was Munich going to Burgundy, which basically takes Belgium out of play for Germany. Obviously, it's an attempt to fight France from the get-go, because Aslan does go to the Channel in Wales, not the more modern Liverpool to York, London to English Channel. So this is just purely anti-French. Meanwhile, standard moves all around the board in the East. And I'll be curious to see whether Australia goes to Aegean or convoys to Tunis.
I will say I love the move to English Channel. We do not see that often, and it's always really fun. Shakes up the board a little bit, keeps things fresh, and it can be quite effective. Although if you're going up against Jason Gray, that is not going to be the easiest player to go head to head. So I hope that Aslan's kindness is able to find him a partner.
He goes for the convoy to Belgium, but doesn't support it. But he still hits Norway. It would have been 1 either way, so that's fine. Again, Jason leaves Brest open. That would have been the end of his game if Wales goes to Brest. So guessed correctly. Meanwhile, Italy tries to go to Greece. Bulgaria does not cut Serbia, or Bulgaria doesn't support again. So we got the same issue that we had before. Supports Apulia to Greece, but it got cut. Oh, okay. So it looks like Jonathan was wise to this potential stab and didn't. Very good. And the bounce in Sweden, which we're starting to see more of. I mean, we went years on virtual games not seeing it, but now I think I'm seeing it like 20-30% of the time.
I'm wondering if that was like an attempted pass through to Serbia, but it wasn't very effective, unfortunately, with the Austrian moves around Serbia, Albania, and Greece. It looked like perhaps not talking enough to Turkey about, well, not talking enough to Turkey or to Russia about the ambitions there.
And when we have AI friction, we usually see a really good RT. So we will see if that happens now.
It's already looking pretty cute for it. And yep, here we go. Those fleets are heading out. We've got Con to Aegean, Ankh to Con. Nice. And pulling in, I think pulling in Apulia there with Turkey, that's probably the right play, because then you're sure that Ion's not going to be going anywhere more painful for you. So what else is happening? We see England taking Belgium, smart from Jason Gray, of course. You say, yeah, you have Belgium, just get out of the channel, and that's fair cop. Heading up to North Norway's not doing anything, which I find interesting. So I wonder what discussions are happening there between England and Russia. And we see a little bit of German and Russian argy-bargy, and it looks like Jonathan was not that keen on Trieste because putting a lot of energy right now into getting that back, which leaves Bud open for Russia to walk in. Rightio. Good play, Nick. 402. Oh my gosh, Russia just keeps walking. Completely unopposed, just goes from Bud to V as you do. And Trieste is not reclaimed, but Albania goes to Ion. So clearly, Astronaut and Jonathan not getting along there. And this allows Turkey to profit and pick up Greece. We do have Aslan moving on Nick now in the north, but Nick picks up Sweden. So, and with Budapest as well, I think that is actually not Budapest, Vienna. That will be a build. So might be difficult for England to hold that too long. And Jason's just doing some nice little, tactical moves to make sure that English Channel stays empty.
Well, I think that England switching back is a huge problem for Jason. And it was pretty good for England to take St. Petersburg there to stop what looks to be a really, really good, strong RT while the West is fiddling around. But I have to say, Jeff played a really good turn there because by England in the spring going to Belgium, it looked like it was curtains for Jeff, but he got out of it. But man, because Aslan was a little inconsistent there, he felt the need to cover, I think, Denmark. And because he did that, he lost Sweden. He would have had 2 builds here, which would have been sort of critical. So do France and Germany here, are they going to prioritize this RT coming for him, or do they try and form a Western triple, or does he work with France? Germany's got a lot of decisions to make here. I don't know what he's going to do.
What would you do, Zoe?
As Germany, who I'm working with, I mean, I have a guess about the dynamics on the board here, but I don't know if I'm right. My feeling is that France and Germany might just start throwing little jabs at each other. That's my guess. What I would do as Germany, I'd probably try and make friends with Russia again, honestly, at least for a little bit, just so that you have a little bit of heft behind you while that sorts out. But it's not a nice look. Like England looks like they're sizing you up for sure, or Russia. So I'd probably go to Russia and say, hey, it looks like we might both be on the menu in the north. I don't mind what you're doing south or whatever, but can we chat northwise? That's probably what I'd be looking at.
I think it's pretty savvy because Russia here can go to Black Sea. It's only a fleet in St. Petersburg, which might feel compelled to go to Norway. There's a lot of room for Germany and Russia here to work something out. Russia's dots might very well be Austrian and Turkish, but it's the beauty of playing Germany is you don't know if you're going to die right away or expand exponentially.
All right. Well, Ed, what do we see?
Well, we don't see a deal. Or maybe we do, right? Because Sweden's going to Bothnia. Germany is now front facing here against England, and France too. Was going to Burgundy. Germany's attacking everybody in the West. I think maybe it's a GRT. Meanwhile, Russia advances into Tyrolia, being a kind overlord over Austrian centers right now, and Austria sneaks into Naples. This AI dysfunction is like hilarious. So Turkey gets into the Ionian, Eastern Med. Love to be Turkey right now. Would love to be Turkey in this situation. So we'll see how it goes.
Co-sign that. Great Turkish position. Mess everywhere else. Disagreement everywhere else. Big Turkey.
Oh, it's me again. So the Bothian move was to get St. Petersburg back, which it does. Still Russia playing nicely with Turkey here. Turkey, meanwhile, gets into Tunis. Turkey's in the Ionian. Turkey will get a build. France sees the Turkish threat and has worked something out with England and Germany, it appears here, where Germany had a walk into Berlin, didn't take it. Instead, could have taken Sweden and Berlin here. Curious. Maybe he just didn't feel like he could defend it. Yeah, but I think that the storyline here is that France and England have made up.
Yeah, they see the various threats. Yep, I think that's correct. And Germany could build too. That is an impressive comeback. And Italy's down too. That's painful. And all of a sudden we have an Austrian fleet in Naples. Okay. I think Rob Hillier Tanglewood called it, said comeback starts here. As it is written, so it shall be done. That's Jonathan back up to form. Wild. Okay, so 04 spring. So Russia and Germany do look to be working together. That's positive, I think. Interesting. It feels like Russia's kind of reassessing every turn is what I'm reading from the moves. Please, you guys jump in and tell me if I'm wrong here. But like you go to Tyrolia in Vienna, and then you're just walking back out again. What is that saying? I suppose it's saying, here you go, Germany, you want some stuff. Let me free it up for you. Let me help you. Okay. And England does seem to be aiming to go full tilt against Russia, perhaps not quite recognizing how much Russia and Germany are working together. And this is very profitable for both Turkey and France by the looks. But I mean, particularly at the moment, like that is a pleasant position for Jason. And it's pretty good for Liam as well, honestly. They could both just be like spiraling around the board at this point.
This is the end of Austria. Russia moved back to take the Austrian dots. And this is the end of Naples, end of Budapest, I think.
Let's see. Not so much.
The end of Naples. He works with Austria a bit, but Russia works with Germany for Trieste.
The end of Naples, but the start of Rome. Yeah, like I famously can't do maths, but I'll see at the center count. I don't know. I think Jonathan's static. Yep, static on 4. Up 2 for Russia. That is nice. And up Jeff's Germany's on 7. And seemingly Russia's now saying, okay, that's enough. Give me some dots, give me some Austrian dots, and I will take that. I will actually take that English Norway. That will be mine now. Jason biding his time, which I back, particularly when you've got this interesting little Turkish shuffle. Good year from Turkey as well. Although we do see, I mean, Sev's gone to the black. It's not a huge deal, but it will be an annoyance, potentially. And yeah, Italy's now on 1. I've definitely missed things. I will note that Germany looks like they're sitting pretty, like happily just supporting people places.
I think we see a reformed AT here. That's obvious. That's what it shows when Turkey's pushing Austria up to Naples. And then Russia has a very ill-timed stab, even though Russia's building to. it's got a lot to cover. I think Austria's going to take Trieste back here. The fleets are a good presence against France if they really are working together here. So you know, Brian, I'm going to jump ahead. It's 1904. Who do you like? I like Turkey. This is who I want to play on this board.
Zoe?
It's hard to go against Turkey here. Like, there's just such a mess over the rest of the board. I've played enough Turkey to know that this is like where you profit.
And if not Turkey, who would you pick?
Oh, if not Turkey. I mean, I think Jason is playing the kind of game I like to play as France, which is just slow and steady. Get into position. Don't startle anyone. Germany's far away from you. What can England do against you? Jason. Yeah, if not Turkey.
All right. And then just last question on this turn, and then we'll move forward again. How do we feel about that suggestion? Is that the right build for Turkey?
He has to build it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I was going to say the bigger question is whether it's going to be Fleet Sev.
Yeah.
That's the bigger question.
Yeah.
And I don't think he could build Fleet 7 in that situation. I don't think I would have built it, but that's the only way that, you know.
Mm.
All right.
That is
Spring of
probably
1905, Ed.
Yeah. Goodbye, Fleet Black. And instead, now you have a Turkish fleet in the black, which is something Russia doesn't want to see. But Russia has a lot of armies, still using German help. Got back to Vienna. Turkey putting the pressure on France here, blocking them out of Mid-Atlantic, going to Gulf of Leon. So, you know, France got a lot of problems. And then this German-Russian cooperation is awesome for Germany too, because Germany's in the North Sea. It's not good for England here. Aslan's just sort of switching janissary roles season to season. So that's a tough position to play in. But man, I don't know. I mean, Russia really did a lot to improve himself here. And it continues. This time, Germany gets rewarded for twice helping Russia, this time getting Vienna, Russia getting Budapest. Austria turns on Turkey. Ouch. Going to Naples and to Greece while losing all his home centers. That's got to be really frustrating to Turkey because, yeah, you got my dots, but what did I do to deserve this? But this is great for the GR. Just absolutely phenomenal. And France is in London.
France is in London. Yep, that nice patient play. I do love that Aslan's like, okay, let's get you safely back out of Irish into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. And Jason's like, yep, sounds good. Don't worry about that fleet in the channel. It's just chilling. Yeah. Oh, and now Fleet Brest, of course. Yes. Wow, 9 for Russia. How do we feel about that truism that, you know, 9 or 8 center Russia is like as fragile as, I don't know, any other power on 5?
Sort of depends on Germany, right? They're working together.
Yep. That's absolutely
what
true.
does Germany do here? I, you know, it's almost like you feel like you have to attack Russia. And if I'm Russia, I'm like, am I really going to get anything off Turkey? I don't have any fleet presence. Austria has a fleet out of position to attack Turkey, at least now. So Russia might just be like, hey, time to attack Germany. Like, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, if I were Russia, I'd probably be like, you know, reasonably like board state would be looking at Germany, but it's hard if you've got a really solid ally. And I know that Nick is definitely someone who likes to lock in with allies. But yeah, what happens with Germany? And the answer is Germany looks at what's happening and goes, all right, I'll be heading to Trieste, thank you. And Italy says, that sounds like a good idea. I'll help you. I'm just so fascinated by Jason here because, you know, everyone except that one German dot is moving away. from him, and he's moving away from them. So is this like a late stage triple? Who knows? Could be. Now to Norwegian, York to North, Germany retreating, pushing forward. Obviously dangerous for Germany in this position, but when you've got such a small England, it's, you know, probably presume that it would be not possible to take too much.
I think London takes Liverpool here. I mean, Wales takes Liverpool here. I think it's arranged. England
That
gets
makes
Norway.
sense. That makes sense. Oh,
No, covers it.
takes back London. All right. And yeah, so Germany, like this to me, even with that Gascony, it feels Tripoli, and Gascony to Burgundy is like insurance rather than, you know, actual aggression. It's, you know, monkey grip kind of, we're in this together, we're locking in, we're doing a like blood pact, Western Triple to try and stop this huge Russia. And Turkey's like, oh, that sounds great. I'll help you sort out that huge Russia. That'll be good for all of us. That'll be lovely. So notably, Germany doesn't hold Trieste. Notably, France is in Rome. Notably, Mid-Atlantic Ocean is now in North Africa, the best place for the Mid-Atlantic Ocean
It's
fleet to
looking
go.
good for your prediction for Jason. I have to tell you. Can I pick him now?
And I made it so reluctantly, Ed. It's always the way. The things that I'm like, oh, I don't want to. And then it's like actually decent. But also like Turkey, not nothing here, right? Down to
Fleet
for
Brest
Russia.
is huge. Fleet Brest is
Fleet
like
Brest.
he's fighting England. He's keeping presence against Germany. He's not pushing. Anyways, I find that huge, that build.
It's the. It feels like the flexible build.
Also, just for those not paying attention, Jason Gray, very good at this game.
Yeah.
There's a reason Jason is topping the Virtual Diplomacy League and just so impressive last year in the DB&I. Definitely caught my attention. Definitely a fan. And once again, I like the choices that I'm seeing here.
That's you.
Turkey closes a circle. I'm surprised Ankara didn't go to Sev convoyed by Black. It's a better situation than doing the way he did it. But he's in Romania. He's in Ionian. A little bit of a comeback here. Maybe in Naples. Who knows? Germany, man, it's like Revenge of the Sith here. Germany is in Trieste and Galicia, but failed to cover Kiel on what an awesome little convoy that is from Prussia to Kiel for Russia. Nicholas has got some survival skills with that move. And you know he didn't see it because he was giving Belgium to France. That has to be what that was. And I don't think he would have ever done that, thinking he was going to lose the center. He's like, oh, no, I'm going to get Trieste. I'm going to, it'll all work out. Take Belgium. Sucks. England's janissarying again. That's another janissary thing. All right. That's hilarious. Well, Turkey's taking Serbia with Austrian support, tries to get into Rome, not Naples, but that failed because Italy is helping France. Germany, France is in Holland, had to be because of Kiel. Yeah, it was tough for Germany to cover Berlin. I mean, they didn't get Kiel back. Russia, trying to advance his position, loses St. Petersburg, but it's just the fleet, and they'd already lost Norway, so maybe he's okay with that. Aswan down, London. I'm just looking at all this, and I'm like, I think France is getting 3, so really good for France.
Yep. And there it is. And he can build all three because he's not Austria like in those earlier games that we saw. Does he build all three? Yeah, he probably does. It's Jason. What are we thinking? Another fleet breast? Or are we going, we could use some armies probably as well.
2 fleets and an army. Maybe 2 armies and a fleet.
So I think what I'm struck by, I'm still not hating this Turkish position. There's
Yeah,
still
neither.
a lot of opportunity here with the neighbors around them just being in such complete chaos. I think it'll need a little bit of coordination, but I mean, it's going to be hard to bet against Jason, but
I don't know what he builds. I think it's a tricky build call, but maybe that's just me because I really want to build an army if I'm Turkey here.
He could just be Australian and wave them all. But that's a particular type of nonsense that Jason doesn't subscribe to, and it's 2 fleets and an army. So you were right.
all right, spring of 1908, Zoe.
Spring of 1908. It just gets wow. Okay. Speaking of Turkey, wow. Jonathan helping Liam into Trieste, and Jonathan being convoyed over to the boot. Oh my God, is there going to be an Austrian build here? I really want there to be an Austrian build here. But yeah, this is a nice Turkish position, but also it just keeps getting better and better for Jason. It's really hard to bet against him right now. So spread out, not needing to have anything back there because, that French, on the board, France is just beautiful. Like if you've got everyone, if people have moved away from you for long enough, it's going to be really hard for them to move back. And now he can just romp all over the place, do whatever he wants. Yep.
He's got Edinburgh, he's got Belgium, so it's really 5 that Turkey needs. I mean, he's plus 5, but Turkey has a chance here. I think it depends on when he stabs Austria.
Oh my goodness. Warsaw and Moscow fall. That is Russia done. That
And
is
Rome
one
and
fell swoop.
Rome and Greece.
And Rome and Greece. My goodness, that is a stunning turn for Liam. That is incredible. Beautiful work. What is Jason picking up? Jason's got so Jason's lost Rome, and he's taken Munich and he's taken Belgium. He's taken Edinburgh. This is a good old-fashioned race again. We've had a few of these. This is exciting. It's a France-Turkey race.
I think France is still ahead, but this is a really good turn for Turkey, obviously.
Beautiful turn. And everything's free to build.
Oh, it's
Again,
tied.
like those.
It's tied.
Plus 5 for Liam, able to put down
Jeez.
3. Plus 2 for Jason Gray, and Nicholas Lawton hanging in there in Sweden.
Oh, in
So,
Sweden. My goodness, I think that was the center he was on in our round 1 game in oh boy. This is stunning though, as Dip Chat's saying. What a beautiful race. And they are neck and neck right now.
all right, so we will, even though we're trying to speed up, this is an interesting game state. Who do we like in this position?
Ed gets to go first this time.
I'll go Turkey because I think the dots are easier.
Well, I have to pick France now. But I think that I agree with that, Reed. The dots are easier. What have you got? A collapsed England up there. You've got Jonathan and Jeff kind of, Turkey is easier dots to get now.
Well,
I'm just interested to
and
see.
I'm looking at Rome. Yeah, it just sort of depends on Austria, right? But yeah,
There's more variability with the higher volume of 1 or 2 center powers down there. So it'll be fun to watch. Spring of 1908. Take a quick look at those adjustments, and then Ed, this one will be yours.
Yeah, Turkey waived all the builds. They
Yep.
drew. I think it's a reasonable draw because I don't
Yeah.
think it's clear who would have won.
Mm-hmm.
I think,
All right.
this is very smart. And I think, Jason always loves to go for those big board tops. I think this is a really nice finish, actually. Just those 2 super defensive powers. biding their time and just waiting for the right moment. I really love playing France and Turkey, and this is an absolute masterclass in why I find those powers so fun. So great game for both Jason and Liam. Congratulations.
All right, Ed, anything you want to add for that one?
No.
Okay. Well, let's bring in our final game for the Snake Pit. This is, I believe, the most recent one. We're going to take a look at round 4, board A, Rattler. We're going to invite Isaac. I just lost Isaac. He was just there. We'll let Isaac get his video back. And then, Ed, I think you get a break this time.
Isaac's going to call his own game.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Isaac is not calling his own game.
Can't let you leave, Zoe.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh
Okay.
no, I get to watch Max play. What a
Yes.
disappointment. And Marcus and Cody. Oh my goodness, this is going to be great. I'm not
All
mad
right.
at
Well,
all.
Zoe, why don't you introduce our players?
All right, so we've got the wonderful Jason Gray, who we've just seen had a lovely shared top, and we've also got Liam. So back for the rematch. We've got Marcus Lone in England. Reports of our rivalry are greatly overstated. I think Marcus is a legend. Nicholas Lawton, who we've seen a lot of this evening, wonderful. The lovely Isaac Jukes, gracing us from the UK. Max Wanji Robanks, never heard of him. The infamous MRB, or Chief Vibes Officer of Canberra. Obviously a very good player. For new watchers, he was Rookie of the Year last year. And we've got Cody Miller in Turkey. I'm so excited for this board. I just want to get into it. Do you want predictions on storylines? Because I'm actually just so excited that I'm struggling. But I
Yeah.
mean, so what I'm drawn to is there are a few. There's like 3 players here that are particularly known for like good tactical strategic nous. I'm probably oversimplifying here, but it's like definitely Jason, Marcus, and Liam. Max is surprisingly extremely tactically adept. He kind of covers it up
Surprisingly,
with
I'm
like,
sure he'll be glad to hear that.
sorry, Max. He knows what I mean. He's very negotiations forward, but uses that to cover up incredible tactical and strategic prowess. And then you've got Nicholas and Cody and Isaac, who I think they're going to have to pick who they're persuaded by. I have a prediction, but I don't want to say it.
You should say it.
Max is very good at persuading people. I'll leave it at
All
that.
right. I think we have 6 good players in Isaac, so I want to go with Jason. I don't think he can go under the spell of Max.
All right. Well, we will see how this plays out in 1901. Zoe, take it away.
All right. Oh, no move to the channel. Sad. No, this is looking pretty standard.
Okay, it is.
In terms
But
of the
look at
West.
Austria, Italy.
I didn't say I was talking about the West, Ed. So
okay.
Austria, Italy. I mean, yeah, okay, that's quite funny. Sorry, Isaac. But Fleet Trieste going to Venice. I hope there's some kind of a response to that. Okay, in terms of the Russian opening, this is kind of the nonsense that I would expect. Warsaw to Livonia. Yep, and a bounce in the black, that's normal. And yeah, all right. So a bit of normalcy, and then Jason being wonderful, silly almost, I would say. But silly in a good way, silly complimentary.
That's clearly the classic loan of Venice to Austria, the new meta.
The new meta, classic. I think Alan's made a good call that it might be a fleet blow up.
I mean, usually
And,
you see this. Usually we see this.
Oh no! Now we don't
Oh,
know
no.
what we're usually going to see.
Ed's internet was like, he's spilling too much truth. We must
hit the
censor him.
quota.
Oh no. I'm actually devastated, but that's okay. I feel like Isaac's probably ticked off at that that the fleet is not blown up, but instead just retreats to Adriatic. Ouch. And meanwhile, Turkey is profiting. Hi, Cody. Go ahead, Ed. I cut you off.
No. I was just predicting the fleet blow up, but it didn't blow up. It went to Adriatic. That was the only thing.
It indeed went to Adriatic. And meanwhile, Italy can then only build one, and it's got to be in Rome or Naples, because Venice is full, which is fun. Marcus holding position in North, that's correct. Bounce in Sweden, bounce in Belgium, little crossover, kind of that older style in Spain and Portugal. But yeah, it's 2-2 for Germany and France, and 1 for England, and 1 for Russia. Slower build rushes, like slower growth rushes. I think that has been like a little bit of a trend in tonight's coverage.
So I haven't seen 2 build turkeys since I think we did the Greek League a few months ago. It's really rare. Clearly, Jason, by not contesting Greece, is trying to get Turkey on side. I don't know what he was doing with the fleet there, but I trust it. I mean, knows what he's doing. I just don't know what the goal of all that was. So I'm curious to see.
I kind of agree with this assessment. And with a 2-build Turkey, the classic strategy of the East responding to the West to a Western triple by rapidly killing off Turkey is going to be much more difficult. So curious to see how that one turns out.
Absolutely.
1902. I love this play by Germany because it gives options by going Skag and Denmark. We don't know if it's anti-English or not. Clearly, there's some disagreement over Belgium, but maybe not. Maybe it's all. I mean, I just don't think it's Western Triple. I know you guys are saying that, but like, I don't see it by these moves. Turkey here, not forcing the black, tells me he's not going for an AT. That's curious. And I guess he's got cooperation with Russia. And why not? Because it is very clear that A and I are not getting along with 3 army builds by Italy. By the way, it's really hard to take out Italy when they have 3 armies. There's almost no growth, but it's a difficult prospect. Morgante and I have learned that the hard way with each other. So, and you see this Russian lone army sent towards Silesia. And I know that we know that there's England and Germany tension because England is supporting Bothnia into Sweden now. The question is, where does France land on this endeavor? The answer is France wants Belgium, didn't get it. Germany loses Munich. Ouch. Takes Sweden, doesn't matter about taking Sweden. So I guess there is a lot of problems for Germany in this situation. Meanwhile, no problems for Turkey. Ionian, Serbia, Albania, Greece, friends with Russia. France has got to come down there to fight Turkey, I guess. That's what's happening here. I don't think France is going to just go ahead and take Tunis in this situation. Yeah, it's a tough situation for the West when you see Turkey growing at this rapid pace like it is, or at least in good position, building one. Got to build an army here.
There we go. From Ed's lips to the board. Yep. I do love that it's just this like funny little Australian thing of like, we're just going to keep bouncing in black forever because that's what's most secure for these silly fleets to do. And I think that's like kind of that like tactical diplomatic thing of like, yeah, let's just bounce forever. Sure. Who cares? Austria responding to Turkey, which is probably sensible. And this means that that Russia is slowly profiting, which is the speed at which you want to profit at Russia, in my opinion. So interesting. So Austria's picking up things, but also Germany's getting back things, and then Russia's getting things off the back of. This is a mess. Interesting. So notably, Norwegian North Norway, you'd assume that Marcus was going after Max, but I think they've both decided that there are other things worth going after at this stage. I feel a little nervous for France. I think this might be a kind of top of the world ER. It could be. And of course, Marcus and Max are both technically adept and diplomatically skilled enough to just race each other if they want to. And I'm probably like calling it super early. I bet I'm going to be proven wrong, but I do feel worried as France if I know that those players are working together so adeptly. If I'm seeing that up there, I'm thinking, God, they're coming for me after they kill Germany. So glad that France is responding there, and at least kind of going, all right, let me get in on the spoils. And yeah, just noticing a lot of things that don't move. I see a blow up of a Turkish army, and I see Italy being like, righto, great time to just pop back into Trieste. Ouch. So that leaves. Oh, that still leaves Jason on 3. That's not impossible. What was Baltic trying to do? Convoy Berlin to Sweden. Yep, that did not go. Because this looks like an ER to me.
I think that in an odd way, Jason gave Italy Trieste. That's the only thing I could possibly imagine, other than they really hate each other, even though Austria just disengaged. Maybe to build a fleet in Naples, which could be the reason here. I'm starting to see your logic of this ER, which I must admit you don't see it so often. I love it, but that could be happening, and Turkey just gets unit piffed after unit piff. Trieste was given. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, fleet in Naples would be really useful right now.
And again, predicting. We don't need to do builds. We'll just do Ed's predictions, and they'll usually be right. Yep. Okay, interesting. So now there's a little bit of giveth taketh away, I suppose. It looks like slightly less ER cooperation now. Maybe Max and Marcus have just figured out that everyone's onto them, because people do seem to be a bit onto them. Nice work from Marcus here, making it that Max is the bad guy, is what I'm noticing. Like, oh yeah, here you go. Like, let's make sure that, he doesn't get into Baltic. We'll take you out of Denmark. Make sure that you get Berlin back. We'll take you out of Baltic. Like, I don't like this because already we're seeing Yorkshire go to Holland, and that's not even counting that there's now 3 on an empty Denmark. This is like clever from Marcus. And yeah, noticing Liam moving up to Ruhr. If I'm France right now, I want to be propping up Germany, but it depends on how well you're seeing what's happening across the rest of the board. Like, we have the privilege of not being in it, not feeling the tension, not hearing all these like liquid silver words poured in our ear, and we can look at the board and go, oh, this is a nasty ER. But it's obviously much harder to see that if you're, feeling all the tension and stress of being on the board, and you can get a bit tunnel vision. If I'm seeing it as France, I am now helping Germany no matter what, but I don't know that that is why Liam's moving up, and I suspect it's not why.
It's a tale of two Liams. In the north, working with England here and Marcus, but in the south, it's sort of dangerous game he's playing, I think, because Turkey, he can't. He's got to protect Tunis, but on the other hand, now he's giving a move of North Africa to Mid-Atlantic. If he does that, so he might lose Tunis in the process of defending Mid-Atlantic. So I'm not really sure I like what's going on with France here.
Yeah, I don't think France likes what's going on with France either. The shuffling around, I think that's probably unfortunately correct. You've got to look after yourself now. You've got to be a bit more defensive, cover Mid-Atlantic. I'm enjoying Cody as Turkey playing very much for position and not aiming to like get dots, but instead like get those fleets lined up into good places. What else? What's happening around the Balkans? Could we get some like? All right, rum to bull, cot to bull. Okay. Seemed like a hopeful salvo from Jason. Like, oh, let me just look after Turkey and Turkey will look after me. Right? Didn't work that way. And interested. I assume Isaac's taking Vienna because he knows that he can. Yeah. Yeah. So good context from Isaac in Dip Chat that Jason offered Vienna and Isaac said yes. This makes sense. You're now kind of just living by the grace of the RIT, I guess. And what else am I missing? Yep, as predicted, Marcus takes Denmark.
Just go back, Brian. I think Turkey makes an error here. Romania needed to support. Well, it didn't even really need to support Bulgaria, but Khan needed to go to Greece via convoy. That way, it's a much better position for Turkey in this situation, but didn't happen that way. But I do like what working with Italy here and getting Tunis back for Italy because wants to have a friend. And how long will that relationship last and what work against Italy? I don't know.
It'll likely depend on what happens with their mutual neighbors.
Oh, that is a nice disband from Jason. I'm going to make some good trouble disband. I'm going to stay in Tyrolia and I'm vacating Budapest. Yeah, Baltic goes. Germany's dead, as far as I'm concerned now.
No, it's that when you're getting attacked by 3, you're not going to last very long.
Yep.
And that's it for Germany. I wonder why North Sea is even going to Helgoland here. I mean, tells me this job is mopped up. I guess there's going to be convoys from York down. It's the only thing I can think of here. But France is back on, I guess, moving back into North Africa and Piedmont and Munich. This is sort of a real attempt by Liam to project some power and could be, an EF here. Could be Marcus Stahab's Liam. I don't know what's going to happen. And then let's see, a bunch of arranged stuff between Turkey and Italy, but Italy gets into Lyon, which, as Chris Brand would say, is interesting. Because it is interesting. And then Russia into Budapest. I think this is sad for Turkey because it didn't make that convoy, so not going to be able to be in Serbia unless Russia or Italy want them to be. Italy broke my heart here. Okay, apparently Italy was supposed to do stuff it did. Oh, here or maybe the last turn.
Last turn. Yep.
Last turn.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I'm assuming I'm following. I'm just going to go. Russia. Good turn for Max here. Getting Budapest and Serbia with Turkish help. Keeping Berlin and freeing up St. Petersburg for a build, and I assume Warsaw. So that's all good for Max. So there's definitely ER war that's been in the offing for a while now. And then Italy is obviously sort of making its move with Russia, I guess, against Turkey.
I don't know that I'd characterize it as a war, although maybe I'll see your way in time because you've made really good calls the whole time, Ed. Who am I to question?
Trust me, everybody else.
I would characterize it as like, I don't know. Again, I saw that move from Liam out of Mid-Atlantic, and I went, not the time. But I don't know. What do I know? I just have a feeling it's more it probably looks nastier than it actually is between Marcus and Max. But again, I could be wrong. Again, I could be wrong. Oh, shocking! And it's an 8-8 tied top. The M&M's back together.
All right, so I kind of understand the England and Russia, but is this right for France? Is this right for Turkey?
I don't think it's right.
Mm,
This doesn't feel like a right draw to me. This tells me that they didn't want to fight each other. That's, which is cool because I'm in that position all the time. And if that's the reason why, I respect it. But it doesn't feel like this. Like, sometimes you say the game had more play, but I don't think this game is a definitive winner. I mean, I know because it tied by definition, but it just doesn't feel right to me.
yeah, I think, no offense to any of the players, but just looking at the board, I think that there's a true serious race here where Marcus could have, eaten France, and then Max would have been pushed to like show the technical chops to like get the same profit out of the East. I think it's interesting. I find it notable that Jason Gray's not in this draw, and like obviously we saw Austria go down quite some time ago, but there are technically focused, tactical, strategic players who will vote down draws based on what they can see of more play, even if it's not to their benefit at all. And I think that getting to draw in 06, there's been very careful decisions about who's in that draw, and thoughtful things said about why the draw should occur.
Well, Isaac, you were a player in the game. What did we miss?
You broke Cody's heart.
I did. Basically, yeah, there was ER tension towards the end of the game there, but basically, the back half of that game was me just trying to get one of RT to stab the other because I was pretty stuck until someone made a move. Because if I hit one of them, then that's a great excuse for both of them to go kill me.
And
Why were you and Jason fighting all the time? Like, what started on that?
Well, you know how he opened to Trieste and opened to Venice and then support Venice? He moved the... So when you do the scuttle thing, you send the fleet to Venice, but you don't send the army to Trieste with it. Because if you send the army to Trieste, then you can hold Venice. So it was a 50-50 guess, because I was in Tyrolia, so I could have gone to Vienna, or I could have forced Venice, and he got his 50-50 wrong.
I have to ask you, Isaac, in trying to break up the RT, which was Cody Miller, reformed Cody Miller, who loves alliances, and Max Langiero Banks, how was that experience for you? Did you feel that you were gaining much ground?
I think that I could have, I think Max would have been open to it if Marcus moved towards France.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point.
His issues in the north were why he didn't build in the south to turn on Turkey.
Well, I will say thank you to all of our players for letting us cover those games. Thank you to the Snake Pit League. I believe the next upcoming game is May 25th. So if that's something you'd like to participate in, encourage you to check that out. You can always go to our website, diplobn.com/schedule to get those dates so you don't have to have them handy right now. And thank you to the organizers for putting that together. This is, I don't have the calculations working because there were some changes to the scoring system that we need to update. But this was the standings that I was able to find on Discord. So Liam Healy leading the league pretty significantly with 541.5 points.
Is there a championship game, or is it just
There is a top board, yes.
Yep. So looking forward to that one. Definitely encourage you to check that out. And I think the thing I am most grateful for that league is exactly what Zoe was speaking to. It is in a league that is intentionally focused on creating an environment that is optimal for the majority of players in Asia Pacific regions. And that is an area that I am love to see the growth that we're seeing in the hobby worldwide.
Too many Asia Pacific players. They're too good.
I-
Let's go somewhere else.
I
We don't need
will.
'em.
I will
Is that
also
fear I
say.
detected?
I will also say that even though it's a minor change, that rule change about being able to discuss builds and retreats gives the league more of a casual vibe while staying competitive, which can be nicer for new players who are just coming in because it doesn't feel as formal and as all systems go as some other leagues do.
That's one of the things we like here on League Night is league diplomacy can be very cutthroat. Some of the most competitive games I've ever played have been in that format, but the majority, just people having a good time playing the game, getting to know each other, and it's just a great, great way to experience the game of diplomacy. Real quick, if you are enjoying the broadcast, just a quick reminder, please like and subscribe to the channel. That will help promote the content, help additional players find the game of diplomacy, and hopefully bring in even more players for us to cover even more games. With that, we're going to go to our final games of the night. We've got 2 games left. They are our last 2 Virtual Diplomacy League games. I believe at this point someone needs a break. Zoe, I think it might be you. Does that sound right?
It does.
It doesn't
I'm
matter because
watching.
either her or me will do 3 in a row.
Okay.
So I don't care.
All right.
Yeah, true. Actually,
Okay. Well, we'll give Zoe. We'll give you the break, and then Ed, we'll let you take the next one. And I did that backwards. There we go. All right. I am clearly a professional at this. All right. This is our final last 2 games. Virtual Diplomacy League. And Isaac, if you'll introduce our players here.
So we have Levy Mason playing their first ever game of VDL, but not their first ever game of diplomacy. Joshua Crowther, a player who I've heard of but am not familiar with. Cody Miller and Kristen Brown, both back for more. Dakota Johnson and Mikkel, also both new players to me. And Michael Saxton, the Snake Pit champion of 2024.
All right. So lots of new players.
Too much Cody. Too much Cody.
Lots of new players in Cody. Really, really excited to see the new faces. And once again, thank you for allowing us to cover your games. Ed, storylines.
I mean, I have no idea. I have none. I don't know these players. They're just great. Let's see. I mean, VDL at a league play, right? A lot of it. I like to see all these new players, so it's not the same old people making the same old arranged draws. So I think VDL's turned into something back to its first year. So I'm happy to see it.
All right. Well, Isaac, take it away.
Okay, so in the West, we see the bounce with Marseille and Munich, which is an interesting little bit of FG tension and cooperation at the same time. And you see it going up to Munich. Then in the East, you've got a fist bump. You've got what looks to be an actual scuttle, not this weird thing that Jason did before. And other than that, the moves seem pretty normal. In full, we do indeed have the scuttle, another bounce in Galicia, a trust but verify for Romania. No, a move to Romania, and another taking of Bulgaria and Greece, as England gets into Portugal, and Germany lets Russia into Sweden.
And Burgundy.
And Burgundy. Can't see the wood for the trees sometimes.
All right, I'm gonna be keeping my eye on this scuttle thing. This is new to me. I'm very curious. I am open to the idea, but I will say 2 games for 2. We've seen the result of this is Turkey picking up Greece, and even if I'm in an IT or an AT for that matter, I don't know that I love Turkey in Greece
Well,
for either of those.
in most variations of it, in some variations of it, you send Italy to Greece rather than Tunis to try and deal with that.
Or Serbia goes in with 1, to bounce, but then maybe Serbia's open. But
Mhm.
I think the story here is these fleet builds from England coupled with that move to Burgundy, because Germany had to build those armies. Bad news for Cody. And so we see England advancing here against France. It's even worse because Dakota's jumped on the bandwagon, and I don't think Italy's there to help. They say, but it's a big move from Dakota to do that because it gives Turkey like a ton of power, and Turkey is rearranging in a way that is really good for RT, really good for all those armies, bad for Austria, bad for Italy. Italy's got to get back like now. And that is the story of this game is RT. It's going to blow up. And we see Turkey in the Ionian does lose Greece, but Austria loses Serbia. And we see Russia go to the black, which maybe didn't blow up right now then. Oh, well. Some things aren't made to last for more than a season in diplomacy.
I think
I was going to say, go ahead. Hang on.
I think this
in the
move
West
from France is actually
Yeah, I was
sensible.
about to get to that. Yeah. Yeah. So Marseille to Burgundy is help because Burgundy is supporting Italy into Marseille, and Italy takes Spain. So Italy gets the spoils of this. Sorry, Isaac.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that if you're France looking at this board state, the person who you want to be getting the most out of this is Italy, because they have the most incentive to go a direction that isn't continuing to attack you.
Fair point.
I'd agree with that for 1, but I don't love them with 2.
Yeah, but sometimes
Well,
you're in a bad situation where
Yeah.
you've got to pick who to give your dots to.
Yeah.
Italy's got a lot of problems with Turkey, so that could work. France could live here with 3 armies.
Yeah. Okay. So we see Italy just holding in place. You see some maneuvers trying to go around. Italy gets into the Ionian at the cost of Greece and gets one of those fleets out. Russia tries to convoy down into Con. I don't know if that's a joke or if that's some sort of sneaky stab attempt, but it doesn't work. England moves over to Finland. EG just position their fleets up towards St. Petersburg and continue making an attack on France, getting Brest and keeping Burgundy.
Going to do it. Romania needed to go to Armenia there. Yeah. Now it's
like that.
Too late. Now it's a turn too late because they can't pick it up at the end of 03. It's even worse because Russia loses St. Petersburg in the process. So, but sorry.
St. Petersburg falls to the EG. France keeps hold of Brest because Mao bounces Portugal rather than tapping Gascony. Italy makes their way to try and do something about this RT, although this RT seems to have managed to be pitched into an air as Serbia gets taken. But Russia's still losing. So it looks like AI are making a bit of a comeback here in the East, and in the West, EG's continuing but not making any progress.
And air is of no use when Russia has no northern presence, right? Like it's not. So
Well, it's it's an AI with Russia attached.
correct, yeah. So, but Russia has to keep attacking Turkey here, which is what will happen. But now we got a Berlin army that's going to convoy Munich to Silesia, probably. So it's bad news for Russia.
Yeah. So
And that's what we see.
Yeah.
What's curious to me is the way Russia has decided to convoy Romania to Ankara here. It's almost like ceding that I can't do anything about the north at all. So I'm going to try and live in Turkey. Germany takes Paris. So much for your Italian friend. Now Italy's in Portugal. And it looks like Italy went to Syria. Could have gone to Khan. No, it couldn't have. So yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Germany's in Moscow. It's all bad.
Yeah.
All right. I think this. I'm looking here. This Italian position looks better than it is. I think. Oh my God, England! How many fleets, buddy? What are we? 6 fleets? That's enough fleets. No more fleets for you.
Making David Hood.
This is yeah. I mean, it's good for Germany and but yeah, Italy's got
Is
issues.
it? At this point, I feel like you've got enough fleets if you're going to send them south. If you've got fleets now, you're using them for stuff like Denmark or Holland.
Oh, well, maybe.
No, you're sending them south. Okay. Yeah, this is just AI versus EG with Russia just chilling. With Russia and Turkey, who are also here, I guess. But doesn't look like for long. Russia keeps Sev, loses Warsaw. Then it's just some repositioning on the board.
If you would have told me Turkey had 2 builds in 01 and somehow down to 0 in 05, I don't think I would believe it. I feel bad for Michael.
Okay. Can we have some moves?
Oh. I was like, come on, Isaac, it's your turn. Prognosticate, please.
I'll just infer it. So the AI pick up Warsaw here. They all still are working together. Get the army. Oh, but they lose Marseille. So and England gets down into the Western Med. So can start to be annoying around Iberia and Tunis. Thank you, Turkey, for playing. Goodbye. But yeah, this is just a tactical fight between AI and EG at this point.
Luckily, Austria gets 2 builds here, if I'm reading it correctly.
They do.
It's a pretty good Austrian position, I think.
Yeah, and I'm gonna pause here. We did skip who do you like. This is a very different board position than we typically see. So this is exciting for me. I really like seeing this. I mean, it's a central triple, basically. That's one of my favorite alliances, favorite triples. Been a fan of that for 20 years now. They're not the easiest. They don't last forever, but they're a lot of fun, especially at this stage of the game. So with that, Ed, you can go first. Who do you like?
I don't think it's a central triple. I think because Germany and Austria are fighting.
Yeah.
But I agree the center pros are doing really well.
Yeah.
You know, this scuttling thing, like Austria needs a fleet. I mean, you know, so, but I still think I like Austria here. the temptation is going to be to stab England, but they really both alliances have to stick together. And then if one breaks, then I think someone on the other side of the board will win.
Yeah. And for that reason, if Ed's picking Austria, then I'm going to go with England, because I think England and Austria are the ones with a position to stab the other effectively. It's much harder for Germany to stab England or Italy to stab Austria than vice versa.
Do you agree, though, that the advantage will be for the one that does not stab of those two?
If one of them stabs, yes, if only one alliance stabs, but in situations like this where you're in a two-way and you're basically playing around with the stalemate line or just trying to hold it, you should always make sure that you coordinate with the other person in the other alliance so that you stab at the same time. And then if they don't, that's diplomacy. They lied to you.
Yeah, the problem is sometimes you think it's easier to get dots from your ally than it is across the board from other people. Then you start worrying, and that's where the self-doubt comes in.
Yeah.
I think this
All
is me.
Yep, this is you, Ed.
Yeah. So England takes Tunis, which shouldn't have happened, but loses Western Med. Meanwhile, attempt to take back France does not work. Just 2-on-2. Lyon decided not to get involved in that fight to Western Med. Oddly enough, didn't need it anyways. Yeah, Germany's just pressing east. That's really good for England if England decides last minute to break, but can't do much damage without many armies there. Meanwhile, Austria and Russia here with continued cooperation.
Yeah. Russia seems
Good
to
for
have sided
Austria.
with the East here. Yeah.
Yeah, and the fleet in Prussia and St. Petersburg and Norway, they can't do anything. AI's units are all in play, which is, we see Moscow taken by, I'm going to call it the AIR now.
The air with a lowercase r.
Yeah, that's definitely happened here. And they're all cooperating, but not much progress has been made other than Moscow, but that's important.
Yep. And they also lose Tunis.
Yeah, correct. Another fleet.
Yeah.
I guess it's called. I think it's called for in this case, actually.
Yeah, because you can't really justify an army if you're working with Germany. Italy picks Tunis back up. They blow up Bohemia, testing my province name skills there. And I don't think Livonia goes back to Berlin, and I don't think anything else moves.
Sort of surprised to see this. That no one went to Livonia here. St. Petersburg theoretically vulnerable because Norway can't support South Coast fleet, right? So that's strange to So
yeah. Oh, we have. I don't know. Germany's taking Sweden, but I assume that has to be arranged because otherwise it's a very weak stab. Or maybe it is a very weak stab. They lose Marseille, though, so they stay even. And England goes down one, losing Tunis. And they just play around, move everything around towards the German core. Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia, etc.
no comments.
Yeah. England loses Western Med. Russia pushes up. The air just keeps pushing towards that German center for as much as they possibly can. And Italy makes some progress in the Med, but other than that, as has remained standard, everything just stays still.
Game looks locked up to me for the most part.
Yeah. Yep, and there it is.
Once again, Ed, reading the board well. Game draws. Ed, I assume because it looked like this is you agree with this result.
If no one was going to stab each other, but I don't think there was any really good stab. The only thing that was possible was Austria taking Russian centers, I think.
Or actually vice versa in this position.
Right. Well, I don't mean I mean in 07, right? When there was instead of helping. Yeah, that's the only, but once that happened, the air needed each other.
Or I think there's an argument that Russia could take like Romania, Bulgaria and build here and just replace those Austrian units. But then if Austria turns, you're in trouble. So it's a question of if you can. No, you don't have enough armies.
Well, congratulations
to Army Light,
to Levi and to Christian Brown for that split top at 8. And then right behind, we've got Dakota and Joshua with the 7 center split for second place. This was from my perspective, not the cleanest game, but it was a fascinating game because it did give us some board states that are not traditional, and it's always fun to watch players kind of work through those scenarios that maybe they're not as familiar with. But the big thing for me, the big storyline, we had so many new players, and they held their ground and performed quite well. So thank you so much for playing, and thank you for letting us cover your games.
Yeah.
All right. With that, Zoe, welcome back. And Ed, we're going to give you your break. And this will be our final game of the night. So moving over to VDL game 227, Norway. Zoe, if you want to introduce our players.
All right, so we've got Marcus Loan in Austria, Justin Law in England, Ryan Feathers in France. We're already seeing some familiar names from other coverage tonight. And then we are seeing, all right, so Germany, Blaine, that's not a name I'm familiar with. Mathenius is Johannes, or vice versa. So this is his third game, 3 for 3. That's impressive. I would love to know his time zone when I get a chance to ask.
German.
I have no idea how to translate that to my time zone, but I'll figure it out at some point. But my goodness, back to back to back, that is addicted behavior, which we endorse, I feel. And Christian, I think, played one of the earlier rounds, and Barbara, who I know is an LA player, like Justin.
Yep, this is also all the information I had.
So, Isaac, any storylines you're looking for here?
I'm going to be interested to see if you have any sort of like if you have any sort of alliances based on location. I'm going to be interested to see with people like Justin and Barbara or Mathenius, and I believe Christian is also European, but please don't shoot me if I'm wrong. It'll be interesting to see if anybody from the same set of regions works better together, works worse together.
All right.
And notably to West Coast players in the Witches as well. That can be profitable.
Yeah. All right. Spring 1901. Final game of the night. Zoe, take us away.
All right. In the West, we see very normal openings. I don't know what that is from. Actually, I do know what that is from Johannes. In round 1, there was a little topic that came up that like you can order convoys, you can order on Backstabber, you can order an army to do a convoy. I would like to see what that order is, but I'm pretty sure that's like attempting to convoy. It's just a joke order. And Liverpool to Ukraine, okay, normal things. Because I saw that in his other game as well. I think he was just trying it to make sure that the order would go. Sorry, that's a total aside. Other than that, completely normal in the West. Apart from that Liverpool to Ukraine convoy by an army in Venice. Yeah, very normal. German opening, pretty normal. Yep.
Paris
We're
to
seeing a lot of
Burgundy was noteworthy with only one. It indicates
Yeah.
probably a broken DMZ, although not always.
Well, I mean, not always. There's everyone just wants Germany in Belgium, clearly. And yeah, so that is a 3 build Germany, which is notable. 2 build France, 1 build England.
I mean, this is smelling like a Western triple.
Is it?
If you look at the board
I
position,
mean,
Germany's
yeah.
going +3, France has gone into Spain, England's convoyed to Norway.
But in my experience, this is just an excuse to pile on Germany immediately. But that said, I'm terrible at playing Germany.
It might
so
be a
mileage may vary.
delayed EF, but it also might be a Western triple.
Y'all are reading this different than I am. I mean, Western triple, the builds are classic for that, but for me, I've got Portugal, army in Portugal. I've got Justin convoying over into Norway. Man, if I'm France right now and I had a good solid pitch from Germany and maybe Russia, I'd be very interested in maybe slipping up into the back door, Irish, North Atlantic, Liverpool, that kind of play.
3 very different stories. Be interesting to see how it develops.
Yeah. Fleet Marseille, Army Paris, Fleet London. No, nothing noteworthy about the builds, I don't think.
Well, Fleet London maybe with no Fleet Brest.
Yeah.
I think that's noteworthy. Particularly because Germany does look like they would happily go in against England, but France is like, no. Let me. Oh no, your turn, Isaac. Sorry, I'm being greedy.
And so Germany doesn't go in against England, but France does make their way up to Mid-Atlantic. So this looks like EG cooperation against Russia in France, moving to Mao either to be safe with that channel move or to attack England. Italy pushing towards the Turks. Austria pushing into Galicia, but looks like there's some AT cooperation going on here with the loss of Romania.
I like that, actually. I think that's good for Turkey.
Yeah.
Very good.
And you see this as quite a classic move in an AT where you try to push the Turks up into Sev and you backfill in Romania just in case they don't get in. Usually you only do it with one, though. So we'll see if that was supposed to happen that way. And this is indeed a backfill up, but Justin has sniffed it out. And France also decides that they want Belgium as Holland drops to Raw. EG continue working against Russia in the north, but now they have a bit of a France problem and they're going to have to figure out how to deal with it. Although France, good position, no friends. See a classic Lepanto over to Syria. But the AT continues to AT, and I think Italy's just trying to get in on the action before they're next.
I can still count on one hand the number of actual textbook Lepantos that we've seen in Virtual Diplomacy League. So I'm still not convinced that's the most effective approach. I tend to prefer others, but I always like to see it because it does still add such a delicious dimension to the available options for the Italian in particular. A lot of fun to see that. All right. Take a quick look at that. And Zoe, back to you.
Yep. So AF, not friends. Okay, I got that wrong. I'll accept that. Continued AT cooperation in the east. And what is happening there?
I predict those
interesting.
convoys are supposed to be. Oh no, that's to Greece. What?
That's to Greece. And yeah, and Turkey wasn't having it. So I guess like perhaps sold a line about how, oh no, Austria went to Rum. They stabbed me. I'm gonna get them back. Blah, 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 and literally just tie up Italy while Turkey gets into better position to defend. Very smart. I mean, that's a guess at what's happening, but that's what it looks like to me. That's clever diplomatic play from Barbara, if that's the case. Gosh, Russia's severely reduced and is about to severely reduce more because other good diplomatic play, Barbara is pulling up Marcus into those centers saying, you know, it's not just all for me. We're friends, we're working together. And there's now a fairly solid wall against France doing any funny business with England, so that's good for England. And seems to have convinced France that, like, okay, just use your armies and, oh, okay, also take Tunis. I completely missed that there was a fleet in West. Nice, okay. Just essentially convinced that it's not worth focusing on England and there's more growth elsewhere. Sensible.
Yeah, it's a good EF pivot from both of them. Especially because the West needed to get its act together with the speed of this AT.
Absolutely. Oh, all right. So Russia now on 1 to build Austria. Static Turkey. Yep.
Yep.
Static England. Static. We've got Fleet Marseille. So again, speaking to, okay, we've cleared this up. Interested to see whether that sticks.
We've
Interested
got
to see what
German
Germany
Venice.
does. We do have German Venice.
Always love to see it.
This is you, I think.
Yep. So the attack on Germany continues. This is sort of the inverse. You quite often see when there's like a Western triple that forms in the West, the East gets together and they say, right, let's kill Turkey really fast. This is kind of the Western version when you see a two-way forming so fast in the East. Generally, E and F get together and they say, right, let's kill Germany before they have a chance to get to Germany. So they continue to kill Germany. France pushes down into the Med. England goes to the Channel, which will be very interesting to see if there's a reaction to that. Germany pushes down into Tyrolia out of Munich, continues playing around in the East, and Romania walks into Bulgaria in a way that looks like a stab, but may not be. I think this is a stab with the move to Ukraine as well.
This seems about right from Marcus. If he's not 100% locked into the alliance, Spring 04 feels like the time that he shakes that out. Yep, that was a stab.
So we have Sev falls, Bulgaria falls. So a two swing. England gets Belgium, presumably by arrangement because of Burgundy can bounce it.
I don't think that is by arrangement. Maybe.
I mean, we'll see. But England does get Belgium nonetheless, so that's either a stab or not.
That's a great classic
one of
right there.
one of the diplomacy quotes of all time. That's either a stab or not.
All right, Justin Lohr coming in +2 at the expense of Blaine Nicholas in Germany, sadly. We also get +2 for Marcus in Austria, looking pretty good. Top in the board right now with 10 centers.
10. And it's 04.
Yeah.
This is nuts. In positive nuts. What is happening with Austria this weekend? It's wild.
Austria's having a resurgence.
Yeah, it's like, you know, they saw that the Australian hobby had exploded and they were like, what if we cut out some letters and just made that happen on the board? It's very cute.
Listen, we're fine with this. We just don't like the letter L. Please get rid of it.
All right. Okay. Oh, I can barely keep up. All right, so we got 10 and 7 and 7. And what is happening? Are people responding to the fact that there's an enormous Austria? I feel like technically they probably are. It just doesn't feel that way. I see Barbara kind of going, okay, Con's just going to go to Bull. I mean, that is the Turkish neutral by rights. It shouldn't be any other color other than yellow, unless it's something ridiculous like, I don't know, purple. All right, what else is happening? Interesting. Why does Italy want France in Naples? That's my question.
To try and break Ionian would be my guess.
because that's definitely the priority. Sure. Interesting. So, noting that Marcus is keeping Germany well on side, which is smart management at this point. Like, make sure that Germany's able to defend, so you've got your little buffer, and you can keep wandering around doing Austria things. And France is turning back around and going, actually, after all, I do want some of those English dots. I'm sick of this. Sick of like pushing down into the med. Who needs to worry about the East? We've got bigger problems in the West. And like,
Yeah.
yes, you do, but it's in like 2 years' time, and it's Austria. From my perspective.
Yeah, trade Belgium and Holland. But yeah, this EF conflict is not good with the size of this Austria.
Not remotely. All right.
So I do want to pause and just give some praise for Marcus here diplomatically. We've got very easily could become the big bad wolf here. Like the rest of the board could all say, hey, we need to form the Grand Alliance. This person could solo. It's 1904 and they've got 10 centers already. And they're a power that can build in the middle of the board. But instead, we see coordination with both Germany and Turkey, all units moving away from Austria. That is a diplomatic win. And then in the middle of the board, you do have Italy and France kind of coordinating a little bit. But as long as Austria and Turkey are together, like that's to me that Turkish keeping Turkey on side is such an important thing here because Austria's lacking those fleets. That's the big issue.
Absolutely. And this is like a really nice sort of play that you can do as Austria as well. Like you cut Turkey down to size and then you go, I was being ridiculous. I was going to say about giving Bulgaria back, but let's just nix that part.
I'm also surprised that they didn't move out of Trieste because I thought they might have wanted to build their own fleet.
That is interesting. Interesting to look at this. Italy, France, potentially now Turkey cooperation, which might be a bit of a thorn in Marcus's side. Like even though France is kind of not hugely powerful down there, and in fact none of them are, like in terms of what they have to work with, the three of them together, if they can work together really well, can actually really slow down Marcus. And we've got a Turkish build from a blow up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless that was the plan. Maybe the plan was to turn that army into a fleet.
Yeah, that looks like it.
Because they also because Turkey still seems to be on side here. Although with a move to Armenia, I don't think that's going to stay the case for long. Keep defending Moscow. The West is still a complete and total mess. That have decided that reacting to the East is somebody else's problem. And we'll see how that works out for them in about 2 years. France coming back out of the Med. Austria, in what appears to be a diplomatic coup, picking up Con by agreement, vacating Trieste, so they have all their home centers available, giving Venice to Turkey takes Venice. So it'll be interesting to see how onside Turkey is. I think they're not. I think they're playing defensive. So I don't know why they vacated Con. And in the West, they just continue to fight. I guess they're trying to race Austria, but you got to be more coordinated and do that later.
Yeah. The EF argy-bargy is not the go. But yeah, I just wanted to sort of note, I noticed Marcus saying in the chat, and I can't remember what this was exactly referring to, but I have to give a lot of credit to Barbara here. This was her idea. Like this is great. This is like a really cool AT and like very good form from Barbara as well. Like I was about to say I love dying, and I was like, no, I don't want to get that reputation. But I'm quite a fan of like when you're on 3 centers, if you have an ally that you're like, well, this person seems like really cool for whatever reason, whatever your metric is. I'm just gonna like work with them, and I'm gonna do some ridiculous stuff, and people are gonna be so annoyed with me, and it's gonna be so funny. I do kind of love those games, and I think it's important when you're like when you get to those positions, because we all have those games where you're just on 3, and to me it's so much more fun than just going belly up and just throwing centers to someone. Is to be like, how can I be an absolute menace, and how can you help me be an absolute menace? Let's be menaces together.
Yeah, it's secondary motivation. That is
hmm
probably, I mean, it's hard to rank things, but if it's not the most important, it's got to be top 2 or 3 of your diplomatic skills as a power that has a large number of units and is in contention for the top of the board, is either identifying or creating secondary motivations to help people want to work with you, to make the game fun for them, to give them some kind of purpose, to use their units in a way that is going to benefit both of you mutually. That is such an important skill. And
Absolutely.
as a player who is often that junior partner, identifying your own secondary goals is also an important part of the game. Is it, hey, I'm going to try and claw back double my unit count. I'm going to try to stay even at the unit count, but do something creative and fun with it. There's lots of different things. I will always support the harming the person who harmed you. Try to survive longer than the person who harmed you. Like, all of those are good reasons, but figure out what it is, set yourself some goals, helps keep the game fun. All right, orders in the box are coming in the home stretch. We do get that very important fleet Trieste from Marcus. And really, if Barbara is going to stay on as this strong of a Janissary with Marcus, I mean, this is a 14 center Austria is really how we should be looking at this.
Yeah.
I really want to see red Tunis, but that's just me.
Oh, I think Marcus might have decided that Janissary time's over.
Oh,
Looking
sad.
at this move set.
But yeah, that's pretty
yeah.
sharp. I think he's also in the chat saying, you know, the AT's over. You don't need fleets when France and England are fighting to the death.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, that's fair. If
the
France and
West
England
makes it
can't,
easy.
yeah, if France and England decide that the Med is not a place they want to be, then that does certainly help you.
Also, great shout from Chris there as well. Although it's not the end of the game yet. It's not the end of the game yet. It's only 1907. But
Yeah.
this is spicy. Yep.
Anything? So they do. Turkey does pick Greece back up, but that's it. France does realize that they should maybe defend their med centers, and it seems like maybe EF have got their act together, but I don't want to say that too loud in case they change their mind.
Possibly. I don't think that England in Mayo is and Channel is necessarily EF getting their act together. I think that's England being like, haha, finally. A moment alone with the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. This is quite funny. I love the pettiness.
I'm just willing what I want them to be doing in this position into existence. It'll work one of these times.
But Isaac, this is why I love this game. It's not rational. It's completely emotional. It's much more emotional than anyone thinks until they're, until they're in the middle of it. Anyway, Spring 08. That's your call, I think, Isaac.
They pick up Rome. Okay. Austria picks up Rome. England brings an army down, moves some fleets up. See, they just wanted to have a moment alone with the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Now they've done that. They're gonna leave again.
Yeah, I love this. Righto. But
Okay,
stay in the
Belgium-
channel for insurance purposes.
Stay in the channel. Listen,
And
they
also
aren't.
be
They aren't.
there.
They aren't ready to leave the channel yet. Okay, just
Yeah,
they'll
that's true.
move when they're ready.
They want a few weeks alone with the English channel.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
my
yeah,
goodness.
basically, Italy, Austria gets Rome. That's it.
Austria does get Rome.
Austria does get Rome, and also
And Austria does
gets
get Naples.
and also Greece,
Oh, no.
and they keep Venice.
Good
They
gracious.
haven't picked up anything else yet. Oh, but okay, Belgium's gone to Raw, which seems. I said it last turn. Maybe EF have realized that Austria is a threat now that they're at 16 centers.
Oh, God.
Also give a shout out here. I'm assuming this is Ryan. Ryan, thanks for letting us cover your game. Made it clear if anyone dots me, I threw a Tunis in Munich and therefore the solo. That is a very, very important thing for
Yes,
players to be aware of.
That
You
makes sense.
You can make that threat and it's meaningless. Always be aware. People will threaten to throw a solo and they have no power to do so. But if you are in position where you're holding something like Munich and Tunis, for example, those would be great examples where you do have that power, and that gives you a ton of diplomatic leverage and power.
Yeah, this is also presumably the reason Russia is still alive, because St. Petersburg is another one of those centers.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, winner of 1908 should draw here, right?
Unless Marcus wants to try and get a solar.
Marcus wants to try and get a solo, I think. No!
There we go.
Okay,
he wants
fair
to
enough.
draw.
All right, 16 center, Austrian
That's
top.
probably right.
Marcus, congratulations. I can't
Incredible.
remember. There's a QQ. That's it. QQ for Christian Brown, the slang for crying. But man, Austria, quite the night. And Marcus, congratulations. Isaac, I'm going to go to you. Story of the game.
Story of the game is the power of Austria. No, it's also central. This is a game that shows really well the benefits of a central position, and also it is a crash course in Janissary management. Marcus managed to engineer it where he kept the small powers of Germany and Turkey on side for just long enough that he could hit them later without the rest of the board being able to fully react and turn around on him. And also,
Absolutely.
when there's an Austria that's at like 12 or 13, maybe stop fighting.
I have to say I co-sign everything that Isaac just said, and I also think it's really notable that we saw Marcus on 10 in 04. Like, Marcus is a tempo player. He's really savvy. He's really smart. And then you also see his diplomatic nous on show here, because when he's at 10, instead of people coming and getting him, instead of the board coalitioning, which plenty of players, like, they provoke that response. They get to double digits and people just turn on them. Instead, and it wasn't just the people near him, literally everyone carried on as though nothing had happened. It's incredibly impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Ed, my question for you, welcome back. Austria overpowered?
Well, not tonight. I love playing Austria because it shows diplomatic skills that other countries don't necessarily have to show. If you're a corner power, diplomacy obviously always helps, but to do well from the center of the board is not just tactics. And I was watching this game just being like, how is he doing this? I mean, I could understand the situation Barbara was in, but with everybody else, didn't really make a lot of objective sense on the board. And the only explanation is he's terrific in the room with people, and that is a skill they they cannot teach. You can learn all the tactics, but that's the thing that counts.
Well, congratulations again. Really, really fun games tonight. Really happy to be able to cover these. Isaac, Ed, Zoe, thank you so much for joining me in the broadcast booth tonight. I had a blast. I hope that each of you did as well. And I'd like to thank everyone for joining us, everybody for watching. Another quick reminder, like and subscribe if you enjoyed the content. Help spread that game of diplomacy to more people, help us get more games, more players, build awareness and community, help us improve our play as we learn from each other.
We need more likes on this stream. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you say it, Ed.
Such a good stream.
All right, let's take a quick look at our standings before we close out our broadcast tonight. So after all of this,
Ooh.
we have a little bit of shift. Marcus Lone overtaking. Nope, that is not correct. That is our top 10 by DBNI. I was like, that looks interesting.
Yeah, 31 boards. Yeah,
Oh,
that didn't.
here we go. Jason Gray stays in first place at 311. Darcy Morris coming in next. Patrick Jacobson in third. Jaden 4. Christian Brown jumping up to 5. Jamal Bukarli at 6. And Justin Lohr at 7. So let me take a quick look at where we were before. Just a quick comparison.
While you're doing that, Brian, I'm just going to say to the North Americans, we're going to have a VDL championship game, top board, that's convenient to the Australians, time-wise. That's a really bad thing, okay? They're already good enough. Let them wake up before.
You need that for just to try and help
Ed.
even it a little.
This is such
come on.
sabotage.
I'm not covering this at some crazy time.
As a European, I'm totally fine with having an Australian friendly time.
Thank you, Isaac. That's so considerate.
All right, so we've got Darcy jumping from 4th up to 2nd. Patrick dropped from 2nd down to 3rd. Jaden from 5 up to 4. Christian Brown was not even in the top 10, jumping up to 5. Great night for Christian Brown. Jamal Bukarli dropping from 3rd down to 6th, and Justin Lohr from 6 down to 7. Cody Miller, another one to shout out, not quite in that top 7, but jumping all the way up to number 8. Marcus Lone jumping up to 9, and Zoe, you made it onto the top 10. Congratulations. What a great time. Yeah, thank you all. Anything anybody wants to say before we close out the show?
No, except I'm going to say something, which is thanks to everybody. We got popping mics, audio issues. Zoe's got a cold. Brian, you're in a t-shirt, which makes no sense. But I had fun doing this, and I hope to see as many new players continuing VDL. It's been a little stagnant, to be honest with you. And keep playing boards. It's fun to watch, and I really like seeing different play that arrives from newer players. So as a commentator, I appreciated that.
Well, obviously, it's got much better since they changed the commissioner.
I was actually going to jump in there and say big shout out to league organizers. So I know Josh with the Snake Pit, and also Michael, after winning, has taken on a really significant organizational and GM role in Snake Pit. And of course, big shout out to Isaac, new commissioner, looking out for all of us and making these games happen. VDL, it's such a privilege to be able to come and play and meet people from all over the world. And you're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you. Also, shout out to Bradley Grace for Tour of Britain, and Yelta Kuiper, Spiros Dovas, Robert Schuper, and Christoph Borigat, I think. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, for 7 Years War.
We love our organizers.
Yeah, tell your organizers thank you. They put in a ton of work and for is usually negative dollars. So definitely tell them thank you. And this game is all about community. It's all about friends. It is wild, the kind of friendships that can form around a game that is built on a reputation of distrust and backstabbing. But those of us that are here and enjoy this kind of thing make a wonderful community. So thank you all for being part of it. Stay safe and stab well.